Tell me when you're ready. I should probably do this.
All right, we're good, Maren.
Boom. All right, everybody, let's have a call to order. Everybody has blankets, pillows, beverages to keep them going. Here is our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, visible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call. Brianna, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Here.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Here.
Mr. Williams, not here, Mr. Jones,
Here.
Mr. Pinsky,
Here.
Ms. Maloney,
Here.
Mr. Grasso.
Here.
Perfect. March 29th workshop meeting. I'm going to make a motion not to have it. I do not think that we will need it. Do we have a second for that?
I
Second.
second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstain.
Aye.
Trainings, they come fast and furiously. I could basically be on Zoom training all the time. So Brianna is doing a great job of forwarding anything and everybody gets. I don't know if everybody is on the automatic mailing list of like the DEC. They train incessantly, or the same thing with the Department of State. If you just get on their mailing list, they will blast out all the training they have. So if we're still stuck at home, we still have plenty of training opportunities. Next, action on the minutes. We need to approve the January 11th, February 8th, January 25th, and February 22nd workshop meetings. I reviewed the 11th and the 11th and the 25th and the 8th. I did not get to anything else. Did anybody else have any commentary? We had some corrections before we already got in there. So
I'm comfortable approving all of them.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve all of the minutes. Do I have
I'll
a second?
second it. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstain. Perfect. Next is Planning Board 2021 for a natural subdivision. This already came before us. It is John Post representing Henry Rich as the owner. And if you remember this natural subdivision, they just hadn't finished off all of the things they needed to have on the plan. So nothing has changed here. I will show you, I will get rid of this. So it was partially an R. This is the determination of the code enforcement officer. It's partly R2, R5. It's bisected by Doug Road. One will have a single family residence. The other side will have about 18 acres on it. Here is, this always comes up tiny. Here is the plan as we had to change it to a natural subdivision from a, I think it was listed as a minor subdivision before. And what the primary thing was, oh, don't fade on me there. We needed to put on the lot line notes, which you will see right in this area. So that is that. Do I have a motion to certify the natural subdivision?
I'll make the motion. To certify.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstain. All right, next. This is a little less. Is Déput. This is our application for, let me get rid of this. a home occupation. And you remember we looked at this home occupation previously. Wow, this is going really slowly. And we had some questions. Did it really constitute a home occupation or not? I met with the applicant and Jerry. And as you know, the determination is really made by the code enforcement officer, went through it, and I feel more comfortable that this does meet the define of a home occupation at this time. Do we have the applicant on?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
Hello.
Aye. So I will first go through quickly for everybody. Sorry if I have a little bit of a delay of getting this all up. So the home occupation regulations is a low impact home-based business or commercial activity administered or conducted as an accessory use that is clearly secondary to the use as a residential dwelling, does not significantly change the character thereof, and from the use of mechanical equipment other than customarily used for domestic purposes, and involves no retail or services resulting in other than occasional and limited number of visitors. Most of the criteria are all met by what they would like to do. This is the winery, and they have put together a presentation. Once again, this is the site. Oh, we are going slowly this evening. Sorry. Once again, this is the slate coming very slowly.
Actually, Myron, on our side, it's really good.
It is good? Okay, so it just
Yeah.
is perfect. So when I do it on the big computer with the CPU, it works, and it's just a lag for me. So you see thanks for that. There's a winery in back of the residence. It's 320 feet away from the nearest residence and a good 285 feet away from the front of the road, and it winds up through an open space. We asked for them to put the compost pile where they would be composting the leftover grape smush, which is not a technical term, which is well into the middle and away from anybody. And they have put together a nice presentation. I will we'll do this the awkward way. I'm sorry, Marilou, where you say next slide, please. Next slide, please. We'll just sort of go through what they're proposing for their home occupation. And I will leave the floor to you. You just tell me to slide forward when you need it.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. So I guess this first slide is just kind of an overview of the project, the lot. So it's located at 220 Granite Road. It's zoned R2, so low density residential, a 12-acre lot. And so the field that we see in the site plan is actually only 3 acres of open field. And then there's like a buffer of woodland all around. And so we're currently building a single family residence. And it should be done by June 2021. So this is the site plan. I just kind of wanted to show, like where the compost pile was going to be. Like the driveway is really long. So basically from the road, you can't see the house. And since the winery would be located at the back of the house, you wouldn't even be able to see that at all. You actually don't see it as you drive towards the house on the driveway. And it's also located far from our closest neighbors and pretty, and the compost is in the middle, where we're going to put a couple of fruit trees. And then maybe start the video. So I also just wanted to stress here that this is very much secondary to the use as a residential dwelling. My fiance Laurel and I are going to be moving into this house at the beginning of June, and I mean that was always the plan. The winery project kind of arrived afterwards, but so this is very much a home occupation. We won't be open for any tasting, we won't be selling any retail goods. And I mean, this space, which is a very small space, is really only meant to ferment wine, bottle wine, and that's it. So there's no other type of activity that's going to go on there ever. And also something I wanted to point out is that, so the winery license is actually attached to a person, which means that if Laurel and I end up selling the land, then that house would automatically, like, it wouldn't be a winery. anymore. Like somebody would have to go through all the licensing again.
So I'm going to interrupt 2 seconds. I think that's key because usually when we look at things, anything we give goes with the land. And in this case, it doesn't really go with the land. They have a house with a 240 square foot addition on the back. And if they decided to move or do something else, someone would have to do it again. Usually you say up. So a home occupation is really home to the person a bit more also. And you have the additional layer of the winery license, right?
Exactly. And so this also goes over all of the requirements for the home occupancy class 2. So we're not going to be creating any unusual amount of waste. A bit further down, I'll talk about water usage, but I just wanted to stress out that basically all the leftover grape skins are going to be composting and all the wash water is just going to be sent to the septic. I'm not going to use any mechanical equipment at all, just a small pump, which is just tiny compared to your typical pool pump or any other like motor equipment, so that really doesn't make any noise. And then, so I won't be storing any substantial inventory for 2 reasons, because I don't have space to do it. And also because this winery is only going to be for the first couple of years of the business. And so I'm just going to be selling wine as I bottle it. I won't necessarily have the treasury necessary to hold on to bottles of wine for years. So it's really going to be kind of constant flow. So very little inventory stocked at the same time. And yes, also in pictures below, you'll notice that there's a really big window that we installed. And that's because in a few years, once hopefully the business works and I can move to a bigger place, we want to convert that into a living space again. So we installed a window. So this is the house as you drive on the driveway. This is the first view you see. And so the winery is actually in the back. You can't see it at all. This is when you go around. And so this is the first view of it. Sorry, the pictures aren't great. They were taken on a very snowy day. So this is inside the winery. You can see the window in the back. So it's a 9-foot window, which I would never have put in a winery. It's going to be all stored up for the first few years because of the light. Oh, yeah.
Did we lose you?
No, we're still here. We just thought
We're still here. Is somebody talking? Oh, okay, sorry. And this is the residence from the other side, so the north view, and you can see in green, I outlined the family residence, so our house, and in red is the little addition that's the proposed winery. So the floor plans, again, you can see the living space and the residence, and in the back, the proposed winery. So here I just wanted to kind of outline the winemaking process a bit. First of all, it's super temporary. It's a season that lasts for 2 months in September and October. Typically it even starts like mid-September, and so a bit less than that. And then I'm expecting to get 4 to 5, maybe loads of grapes maximum. I plan on hauling them myself with a pickup truck and a trailer, about 12 foot long. And if I do get deliveries, they'll come in a small box truck. So it would be like the equivalent of a FedEx truck that would come maybe a couple of times in that period, so a year. And then, so the unloading is right at the winery. So it's out of sight of the road, out of sight of any neighbors or even potential neighbors. And again, the skins are gonna all go to the compost pile. So this is a little diagram of the winery. You can see the storage area is the equivalent size of 2 pallets. So that's going to be my whole inventory there. And then just a few tanks, a press, and yeah. This is actually somebody who's exactly my size, 5'6", in relation to the tanks and the room. And I also just like found that while I was looking around, and I think it's a good illustration of the scale of what I'm going to do. So this is a small winery in northern Spain, and the tanks they have are 1,000-liter tanks here, and the room I'm guesstimating is pretty much like similar in size. And so yeah, that would be like, this is an idea of the scale of what I would like to do. So for the tanks, they're 1,000-liter tanks, which is more or less 260 gallons. And so just as an idea, the IBC tote tank here is the same volume. And then this is the equipment I'll be using. So noise will be kept at a minimum. And if we go a bit further down, there's actually images of each. So this is the pallet jack, completely hand tool. This is my pump, which is a home winemaking pump. So it's press. So it's very small and is completely hydraulic. So it doesn't use any electricity or make any noise. I also have a pressure washer, which actually also maximizes water efficiency, which I think is important, and it's a pretty standard piece of equipment. And then the pump. So the pump I will have is going to be a small one, and I just looked at comparisons, just like noise level and everything. And so this is like the typical pool pump that's the best selling at Home Depot, I think. So that one has like more than 8 times the capacity of the one I'll be using. This is also an idea of storage. So all storage will be inside, and it won't constitute more than 2 pallets of those. And then water usage. I remember when we were talking, the sources from our numbers weren't really clear. So this is the source from the New York State of Health Department. And so I'll be using basically the equivalent of 2 bedrooms of a typical residential house. And that's only during 2 days of the year during the peak water usage, but most of the other time it will be far less than that. And yes, so that's pretty much it. And then lastly, I know somebody wanted to see the well log, so I attached it here. And I also looked into the necessary yields, and according to the same New York State Department of Health, a well that yields 5 gallons per minute is considered reliable, and ours yields up to 30 gallons per minute. So I don't think there's going to be any issue depleting the water table or anything, especially given the amount of water I'll be usage, which is pretty minimal.
All right, thank you very much. That was a lovely presentation. Any questions from the board? Let's start with Rick.
Unmute, right?
Unmute, Rick.
Sorry about that. The only question I have it has to do with one of the provisions in the Class 2 home occupation provisions, the regulations. And maybe you could say too, but it says no generation of solid waste, which would be the skins, not normally associated with residential use. So you don't have skins associated with residential use. You would with this. So I estimate or I calculate you're doing about 1,500 gallons of wine. I don't know how many skins that, or what size the pile is going to be. But is it your intent to leave the pile of skins there or to cart them away eventually? And then part 2 of that question is, there's also a provision for no unusual fumes or odors created. And while I used to love the odor of wine, talk to me about what kind of fumes might waft over the neighbors' yards.
You know what? And before you respond directly, let's go around everybody and get all the questions together before we start a back and forth. Anne Marie, do you have anything?
I think this was a brilliant presentation. It answers any of the questions that I have, and congratulations on coming up with such a well-detailed plan that is understandable, and it's very nice, and it answers any of the questions that I would have, and that's all I have to say. Congrats. Great presentation.
Mark?
I agree. I don't have any questions. I think this is well thought out and well prepared, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Patrick, did he come in or no? Nope. Zorian?
Yes, I have nothing to do against application, people who apply and doing that, but I'm confused with the code enforcement officer because one of the provisions that home occupation 2 is the size of the areas that added. And there is actually kind of two different factors that the applicant presenting the house as a 2-bedroom. So they're essentially making winery in one of the bedrooms.
I can
But
answer that
if
for you.
it's accessory structure, okay. All right,
Maria,
let me finish. But if
I
it's
think I
if it's
can answer
considered
that for
accessory
you afterwards.
structure, right now or later?
I think I can answer that
I
question.
didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I think I can answer that question for you later. I think there's a misunderstanding with the
Okay.
square footage.
And if I look at it as accessory structure, size-wise, it's way over 25% of the habitable area. The total habitable area I calculated is 690 square feet.
Oh, sorry, that's
So
actually
240.
including the, I just put the first floor
It's
there.
it's not complete house. It's a habitable area. Closets, kitchen is not.
Zorian, I got the point. We'll go over the point after we get through everybody.
Wait, so
Sam, do you have anything?
That's my point.
Yep, Sam?
Yeah, I wanted to just echo what everyone said. I appreciated the thoroughness of this presentation. It was really helpful having you go through all the things point by point. My only question was, I think when you originally came before us, you were also talking about doing some growing, which was then not on the site plan. Did you decide not to do that?
So for the growing, I had actually, the site plan I had sent earlier was also the site plan that I had sent for the licensing. But the growing I will do is basically equivalent to what is typically practiced in a home. So I mean, it's going to be less than 1/4 of an acre grown of grapes. So I'm not going to need any special zoning or any special authorization, I guess, to plant these grapes. And like, we're also going to plant a couple of fruit trees, but that's for our personal consumption. And so, yeah, it's very much going to be kind of like a nice garden, I hope, more than a farm. Yeah.
Thanks.
I will let I think, so now we can go back to a bit of board discussion here. Zorian, there is an upstairs. You take all of the square footage that you can live on. So, and we don't second guess.
There is no upstairs in presented plan.
yes, there is.
Yes, there is. They just didn't show the second floor to you. You can see the window upstairs and see that there's a second floor
Yeah.
bedroom space. And Zorian, we don't second guess the determination of the code enforcement officer. Okay. So I went back
Okay.
because you had this problem previously to the code enforcement officer. And we went through this and there is sufficient, they are not lying on the square footage that they are showing and determining. So this is a class 2 home occupation.
I'm not saying they're lying. They count in total area of the house. They don't count habitable area. I'm
They
not
are
saying they're
counting
lying.
the
They
habitable
may be not
area
familiar.
because there is an upstairs. Okay? They are
Okay, then
counting
that area should be presented. That should be presented so nobody would be guessing.
All right, Zorian, then you can take that up with Jerry Davis, the code enforcement officer, okay? That you will need that clearer next time.
No, I mean, when they present a floor, okay. When they present a floor plan, they should present second floor. That's all.
All right,
That's all my
Zorian, when
point.
they come back, they can show you the second floor also, okay?
Okay, perfect.
Because they're going to have to come back and they're going to have to do a public hearing and we'll have the second floor on there for you. Regarding the skins, I don't know. I mean, if you have a really big vegetable garden, you probably get as much crap, but I don't know, Mary Lou, you could address that probably, what the poundage or pile size is?
I don't know that we have a poundage requirement so much as.
No, not you, Mary Lou. There's another Mary
Oh,
Lou.
I
This
thought
is
you
very
meant-
confusing.
I
Your first meeting was the same. I was
I
like,
love your name, Mary Lou.
yeah, so to just a compost pile, I guess, I mean, it's maybe going to be a bit bigger than a typical home, but nothing huge. If somebody ends up like taking a tree and chipping it, it's going to be a size, like a pile that's significant, like pretty much the same size. And also, I guess that there's a question like, is compost waste? Because it's not going to have to go into like the system, like the waste system or anything. We're keeping it there, and we fully intend on composting it and using it in the property and on the garden. So it's not going to leave the property at all. I don't expect it to smell much. I'm hoping to add a lot of leaves and straw and everything to keep the compost healthy and have it compost fast enough that we can use it. And then to go back to the fumes, so all the fermentation is going to be taking place inside. So from the outside, there's basically not going to be any evidence at all that this is a winery. So I don't think that odor will be an issue at all. I can't imagine anyone smelling it even from outside of the house. So
I
You'll
just
have
wanted,
airlocked,
yeah.
you'll have airlocked fermenters, I'm imagining. So there should be like, yeah, there'll be like almost no odor probably.
yeah, it's not exactly.
And I just wanted to say, Mary Lou, there's also, I don't know the name of the company, but there is a company that comes by and does take, I'm probably not saying it right, agricultural waste from, breweries and such, and they'll come and if you did have too much of it, find out where they are, and maybe Stan knows who they are, they will come and they will remove your compost for free and they will use it in other projects. So yeah, so just want to put that out there, that there is something available like that, so.
Yeah, that's definitely a good option too.
So I think we're tight enough on the situation here, everybody, to set this for a public hearing and have our public hearing next meeting and hopefully come to a decision. So I'll make a motion to set it for public hearing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against, abstain. Perfect. And also this will be a seeker type 2. So there'll be no further action needed for seeker. All right. We will see you for the public hearing and hopefully a decision next meeting, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay,
Thank
thank you very
you.
much. All right, next. We have Verna Gillis, who we see is on with us. Sorry guys, I have too many things. So Verna Gillis, this is, as you remember, a conveyance of 0.68 acres from Verna to her neighbors so that the existing septic that serves the house has the existing septic and well on their house. It looks, walks, and smells like a lot line, but because this was previously subdivided, it comes to us as a major subdivision. So to refresh everybody, R5 zoning, 0.68 acres. This was the determination by code enforcement. This was somewhat hard to see, but this is why it ended up as a major subdivision, because this was, I can't make head nor tail of it very much, but this was the subdivision that was done in the 80s. They asked, Meadowbuck and Eggers representing Ms. Gillis and the other applicants, they asked for a waiver so that they wouldn't have to go through all of the elements of a major subdivision, which we duly granted to them because this, for all intents and purposes, is a lot line. This is the lot line. You can see with the little Z zigzag there. that is being eliminated. So the conveyed lands with this well and septic can be on there. We also asked why there was that little hook sort of in it, if you could just draw sort of a straighter line. And that's because of a grove of trees that Ms. Gillis wants to keep on her property. So it created a little hook there. And they have, this needs some working according to some, this is a signed copy of the road maintenance agreement, because in going through this, we saw that they did not have a road maintenance agreement. So we sort of brought the whole order up to code with all of the people that are using the shared driveway. There's some touch-ups that will be needed, that they will have to coordinate Menbach and Eggers with our town attorney, but that does not.
Heather and I are going to talk about that tomorrow. It's pretty minor.
Exactly. So that is that. Anything from Heather or the applicant beyond that? It's pretty straightforward.
Works for me. If I'll just work out with Mary Lou the details on the RMA, and we'll hopefully get this wrapped up shortly.
Perfect. We have to do seeker
Mhm.
before the public hearing. So I would make a motion to, I almost could make a motion, Mary Lou, but I don't think you can because it's a major subdivision as a type 2. But I did this anyway as an unlisted, uncoordinated. I'm sort of reaching out to you on this.
Better safe than sorry. It doesn't
Right.
hurt to do it as an unlisted,
That's
uncoordinated.
what I did, even though it sort of looks and feels like a type 2. So I will make a motion to type this as an unlisted, uncoordinated seeker action. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Maren.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Carolyn Strom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams is not here, Mr. Jones,
Yes,
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney,
Yes.
Mr. Grasso.
Yes.
All right, so this is our part 2. I will read as quickly as possible on this. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? No. Will it result in a change in the use intensity of land? No. Will it impair the character or quality of the community? No. Will it have an impact on the environmental characteristics to cause the establishment of a CEA? No. Will it result in adverse change in the existing level of traffic? No. Will it cause an increased use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? No. Will it impact existing public-private water supplies? No. Public-private wastewater treatment utilities? No. Impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? No. Will it result in an adverse change to a natural resource, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, fauna? No. Will it result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No. Will it create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? No. Because of that, I said that based on the information analysis above and any supporting documentation, proposed action will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts, thus a negative declaration. So do I have a motion for a negative dep?
I'll make that motion.
A second?
Second.
aye,
And we need a roll call.
Carolyn Strom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams is not here, Mr. Jones,
yes,
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney,
Yes.
Mr. Grasso.
Yes.
Perfect. Now I would like to open this for public hearing. If there's anybody of the public that has any comments, any information that they would like to provide us regarding this application, we would like to hear it. The protocol for public hearing, for any public hearing that we have this evening, any other time, is that you are addressing the board, not the applicant. You have 7 minutes to speak. We would prefer that you speak to land use issues that you might know of that could help inform our decision. We don't really need a long introduction of who you are, where you came from, why, a resume, just your name and your address, and then go right to the pithy point of if you could add some information that will help us make a good decision. So I will let you handle the on and off, Brianna. We are now open if there's any commentary on the Gillis subdivision.
If anyone would wish to speak, you can have the option of raising your hand. I don't see anyone.
All right, I will make a motion going once, twice. All right, then I'll make the motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
You do?
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstain. All right. Lo and behold, I have a conditional final approval. So this is for decision Planning Board 2021-01, our first subdivision of 2021. The applicants are Verna Gillis, Brian Rosenworcel, and Megan Poe. The proposed is to convey 0.6 acres from Gillis lot, which is 67.2-2-2.200. That's 21.4 acres, to Rosenworcel Poe's lot, which is 67.2-2-2.100, which is 10.7 acres. So the existing septic and well of 2.100 are duly on the deeded lot. It is a re-subdivision of lands under 125.12, whereby the re-subdivision of previously subdivided land shall be considered a major subdivision. I will move to the findings.
Maren,
Yes,
I saw that on this, you have it listed as a type 2 for seeker, so
up, yeah, that
make
was
sure
my,
you change that. Thanks.
you are right, that was my, I split the difference. I couldn't decide, that's why we still had the NA. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mary Lou. Our findings. Planning Board received a zoning referral and determination letter for a major subdivision from the Code Enforcement Officer. The parcel is an R5 zoning district at 28 Doggams Way and 37 Chipmunk Hollow, Bronx, New York, SBL 67.2-2-2.200, plus or minus 21.4 acres, and SBL 67.2-2-2.100, which is plus or minus 10.7 acres. The existing plat is filed with Ulster County Clerk. Applicant proposes simple lot line improvement to convey 6.8 acres. I've already read that. The current use of the parcels are residential and woodlands with existing single-family dwellings, garage, well, septic on both lots. Planning Board discussed the application, determined waivers could be given for substantially all of the required elements of a major subdivision. Planning Board requested and received a letter requesting said waivers and duly granted them. The application was determined to meet the requirements of a uncoordinated seeker action, a negative deck. Public hearing was held. The board reviewed the proposed lot has safe and legal access. The board concluded the conveyance of lands between the lots do not render the lots insufficient in road frontage nor driveway access. The board requested a road maintenance shared driveway agreement for the proposed subdivision. The road maintenance shared driveway agreement will be referred to the town attorney for review and shall be a condition of approval, as shall deeded right-of-ways for the lots. The parcel is R5 zoning district. Upon review, the board concluded that the two proposed parcels as modified meet or exceed the bulk standard requirements for the R5 zoning district. And the board reviewed the proposed lots could support water and septic, and both lots already have single family houses with water and septic. They're the draft findings prepared by the chairman, read and discussed by the planning board in our public meeting. Any other additions anybody has there? All right, then adopted by the following vote. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
all in favor?
Second.
Aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Abstain. All right, so resolved, the Town of Rochester Planning Board grants a major subdivision conditional final approval to permit the subdivision of the land situated at, it's 28 Doggums. I will fix this, it's Chipmunk. And Chipmunk, I will get the proper addresses. The subdivision plan dated February 16, 2021 is approved with the following conditions. All fees due to the Town of Rochester involved in this application shall be paid in full prior to the chair's signature on the final plat. The shared driveway shall comply with all provisions of 277 of New York State Town Law and shall be maintained in a good and passable condition under all weather conditions to provide access to all emergency vehicles. Existence of a satisfactory shared agreement for ownership and maintenance of the shared driveway shall be provided in the form of deed covenants, plat details, and a road maintenance agreement prior to approval of final plat. Road maintenance agreement shall be presented and approved by the attorney for the town. Any cost or fees associated with such review shall be the responsibility of the applicant. The road maintenance agreement shall be filed in the Ulster County Clerk's office simultaneously with the subdivision plat. And as prescribed under subsection 140-10D3, the town board must receive and approve a written release received by the planning board, exempting the town from all responsibility for the maintenance and construction obligations of the shared driveway. And any and all development shall comply with Town of Rochester 125-21 and 125-22, which is subdivision design standards. And all required local, county, state, or federal permits shall be secured for the current and future use of these lands. The approval shall expire 180 days from the date unless the final plat is presented and signed by the chairman, and the period may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods if an application is made to us and resolution by the Town of Rochester Planning Board is made. We further grant major subdivision conditional final approval permitting the subdivision of lands upon satisfactory completion of the conditions of approval and grants the authority to the chair to certify the conditions 1 and 3 have been met. I think that's just it. Fees and making sure that Mary Lou approves of the shared driveway. The effect of the approval, the owner shall file in the office of the Ulster County Clerk such approval plat bearing the chairman's signature and any other related documents within 62 days from the date of signature, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with New York State Town Law 276. The owner shall have the responsibility to return 3 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of the filed plat and any of the other related documents to the Town of Rochester Planning Board within 30 days of such filing. Any comment, questions? Do I have a motion to accept the conditions of approval and the final approval?
Motion to accept.
A second?
second,
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstain. So Heather and Mary Lou, you guys sort out what needs to be sorted out on the shared driveway agreement, get it into us, and I will sign the plat and you're on your way.
Will do.
All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Mary.
Next on the docket are the, somebody say it for me.
Schoonmakers.
Spoonmaker.
Spoonmaker.
Which is also, see, if you say it right in front, I'm gonna get it. Schoonmaker, which is also a major subdivision, but it is really sort of a minor subdivision. So they have 296 acres and they are carving off 2 3-acre plots, one of which is on Towpath Road and the other is on Lawrence Hill Road. It's written wrong here, but it's right in everything else we sent out. And this is Planning Board 2020-11. So to refresh everybody, this was the determination letter from the zoning permit and determination letter from the code enforcement officer, taking 2 3-ish acre parcels off of their 300-ish acres. Here is the mega big overview of the lands they own. If you can see my cursor at all, one of the partitions is over here. And then the other is up on towpath. I think it's up in here. Am I right, Heather?
It's closer to St. Josen, which is the road leading to what would be towards to the south.
Right?
So kind of, so if
Yeah.
you follow Towpath Road to the most to the corner where it intersects the road.
You have it right, Maren.
Yeah, it's right up in there, right?
No, it's close to the road. It's on
It is the road. I'm
Towpath.
sorry,
Yeah, right in
I'm
there.
looking at the
Yeah.
river and thinking it's the road, right in here.
Yes,
one is,
exactly.
One is right in here and one is right in there.
Yes.
There's Sam helping me out.
Good job, Sam.
Now you got to erase them.
It's hard to erase the whole PDF marking thing.
It
It's
ends
a
up being
problem.
like, exactly, it's like your 2-year-old child came in and scribbled all over your
You just
presentation.
hit the clear button.
Yeah, you just hit exactly, you hit the clear. So these
But you
are,
have to find the clear button.
these are the close-ups of the parcel. The two pieces that I just outlined. One is, here's the towpath one. It's quite flattish. It slopes way back, nowhere near where they are. And then the proposed lot 4 is the other lot they're doing. The house is on once again, a relatively flat land. It only slopes way at the back down to Sawkill, the Saunderkill, the Saunders.
It's actually a tributary to the Saunderskill, as I was corrected. Yeah, it's not actually the
that tributary, but everything that is being developed, so to speak. I mean, if you take the entire piece of land, I think they have everything on it. They have a bat habitat, they have a wetland, they have, once you have 300 acres where they are, you pretty much hit everything. But
over the 3 acres, yeah, but not on those parcels.
yeah, exactly. Over what is being touched, there's really nothing. Over the 300 acres, it's pretty much a smorgasbord buffet of everything. They did also, Ben Von Eggers, representing the client, did submit a request for waiver for most of the stipulations of a major subdivision, which we did duly grant them previously.
Thank you.
And as we are before,
Maren.
yes.
Sorry. I'm just letting you know Patrick is on right now. He just doesn't have any video and he doesn't have audio, but he chatted and said that he recused himself. So
Okay.
it's at 7:47. So
Was he going to text you his voting from his phone? Is that allowable?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know. He's
Okay,
here, but he recused himself.
Okay, thank you. So this, I would make a motion to type as an unlisted, uncoordinated seeker action. Do I have a second for that?
You do.
Roll call.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams is recused, Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney,
Yes.
Mr. Grasso,
Yes.
It's everybody, right? All right, so we will go once again through as rapidly as possible our part 2 for seeker. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning? No. Will the proposed action rate a change in the use or intensity of land? No, or small, very small. Will it impair the character or quality of the existing community? No. Will it have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area? No. Will it cause an adverse change in the existing level of traffic, affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkways? No. Will it cause an increase in the use of energy as it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation, renewable energy opportunities? No. Will it impact existing public-private water supplies? No. Public-private wastewater treatment utilities? No. Will it impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? No. Will it reverse an adverse change to natural resources, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, fauna? No. Will the proposed action result in an increase in potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No, it's not in tough lands. And will it create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? I said no. So if we all agree on that, I checked that it would be based on the information analysis above and supporting documentation, the proposed action will not result in a significant adverse environmental impacts, hence a negative declaration. Do I have a motion for a negative deck?
Motion for negative deck.
A second.
Second.
All in roll call.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams is recused, Mr. Jones,
Yes,
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney,
Yes.
Mr. Grasso.
Yes.
All right, so, and with that, I will open the public hearing once again, very quickly. 7 minutes to speak. You are speaking to the board. Please keep it to information that the board could use to make their decision. And we'll leave it at that for now. Do we have anybody that would like to speak, have any comment, any information for us on the Schoonmaker subdivision?
I don't see anyone. If you're on a phone, you can press *9 if you wish to speak.
All right, then I will make a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did you
Again,
get, I'm sorry, Maren, did you get the Ulster County Planning Board decision?
oh, that is very good.
It's in Google Drive.
It did come in? All right. I
Yeah,
know Brianna
it
was
got-
very lovely and bugged them this afternoon. Okay. As long as we have that, you can close the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, exactly. So now we can go, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, against, abstain. All right, so that leads us then to, sorry, we're gonna have to go out of this. Where is there?
I
Did
could
they?
probably eyeball most of them.
I didn't see this come in as I was working furiously.
The last thing on that list is not familiar to my eyeballs, let's put it that way, or the one prior to it. Yeah,
That's just the form we
That's a
sent to them.
referral, yeah.
and what's the one before it?
This is the one before, it's the hearing notice.
All right,
Can you reload it or email it to me or read it to us, Brianna?
There's no county impact, but I'll. do it again.
That's all I need. No county impact is fine. Which will make us go back to, we'll have to amend this and somewhat in our
looks like
discussion.
my Google Drive.
I'm waiting for the day it just goes. So we'll have to add in some commentary in this.
Yeah, it came in at like 3:50 this.
Perfect. I was
Oh,
busy.
Jesus.
I was busy
10 minutes
organizing
before
all-
you left.
under the wire supremely. So this is decision Planning Board 2020-11, March 8th, 2021, conditional final approval for Jack Shoemaker, owner and applicant, and he proposes a 3-lot subdivision of lands located at Towpath Road, Garden Lane, and Lawrence Hill Road in Accord, New York. It's section lot 77.1-3-2.113, plus or minus 296 acres. And lot 4, so they're a little screwed around the lots or whatever, but lot 4 is plus or minus 3.1 acres. That is proposed to front Lawrence Hill Road. Lot 3 is plus or minus 3.1 acres. That's proposed to front Towpath Road. Lot 3 and 4 propose the construction of single-family dwellings and will need well and septic. The remaining third parcel will be the remaining lands of 290 acres. And the parcel was previously subdivided in 2014, a 3.16 acre parcel. That's your lot 1, which is SBL 77.1-3-2.121. And it also received a natural subdivision permit for an additional 3.06 acres in 2019. Thus, it is a re-subdivision of lands, which per 125-12 constitutes a major subdivision. So we did not get anything, Brianna, besides the auto response letter, right, from SHPO?
Yeah, they never responded back with
Never
anything.
responded, so we'll just leave it at that. And we did not get anything from the Historic Preservation Committee, correct?
Nothing from them.
I didn't see anything either. That was a placeholder in case they did. So the findings of the planning board. The planning board received zoning referral and determination letter for a major subdivision for the code enforcement officer. I just read all of this. It's in the AR3 zoning district. The applicant proposes 3-lot subdivision of lands at Towpath Road, Garden Lane, Lawrence Hill Road, in Accord, New York. Since I just read that, I am going to skip it over, go to something that we have not read. The current use of the parcel is farmlands, residential, and woodlands. The parcel is in the Ulster County Ag District. AP Overlay District contains FD Overlay, FEMA 100-year floodplain district lands. Prime farmland, farmlands of statewide importance, is within 500 feet of 2 registered historic structures. The Alliger Davenport House and the proposed remaining parcel contains the Joachim Shoemaker farmhouse. The majority of the parcel is currently farmed for hay croplands. The parcel contains a variety of topography from steep sloping to gently sloping to flatlands. Portions of the property contain New York State DEC habitat lands, DEC known trout stream, and name streams, and extensive New York State DEC biodiversity areas, important forest areas, and important areas for rare animals and plants. That's why I said when you have 300 acres, you pretty much hit everything. The planning board discussed the application, the proposed existing locations of structures, access, well and septic, and requested topography and environmental habitat layers be added to the map, which Heather duly added. Planning board discussed the nature of the subdivision and determined that waivers could be given for substantially all of the required elements of a major subdivision. Planning board requested and received a letter requesting said waivers and duly granted them. The planning board further noted that any further carving off of small peripheral acreage would again constitute a re-subdivision and be treated as a major subdivision. Planning board sent a letter seeking comment to OPRHP, that SHPO, received no response. Planning board sent letters seeking comment from the Tor Highway Department, the Accord Fire District, Historical Preservation Commission. The board received no response from HPC and Highway, but we did receive a no impact response from the fire department. The board encouraged the applicant to preserve the existing natural resources and woodlands as per subdivision code guidelines stated in Tor Zoning Code 125-21 and 22. High quality woodlands, forests, and the DEC named streams and listed wetlands are found at the rear proposed lot 4, that should be. None of the high value environmental resources are proposed to be disturbed or altered, and a sufficient stream buffer of 100 feet is marked on the plat for the proposed subdivision. The applicant was determined to meet the requirements of unlisted uncoordinated seeker action. A negative deck was determined. Public hearing was held. We reviewed if they have safe and legal access. Both lots do have the adequate greater or equal to 50 feet frontage on either Towpath Road or Lawrence Hill Road, respectively. They are in the AR3 zoning district. Upon review, we concluded that the 2 proposed parcels meet or exceed the bulk standard requirements for the AR3 zoning district. And we also had to review that if they could support water and septic. We're going to request that certification by a licensed engineer or the Department of Health, should be the Department of Health. For the 2 new lots, 3 and 4, that they can support water and septic. So that shall be a condition of approval, that you do have the ability to support water and septic on those lots. We didn't get that. Anything else anybody can think of? All
The
right.
Ulster County Health Department is in process, so
Okay.
you will have that
Perfect. It's, yeah, you just put as a condition when you get it, we will get it. I need to add though,
The Ulster County Planning
Yes.
Board, did you put that in?
So Mary Lou, where are you really?
Just
know.
in Kingston. But at one time in my life, I think I don't know if that's Catskills or Adirondacks.
It's just
You
a
know what
nice like sunset sky.
You know where it's from? I just realized it's from the mall parking lot.
They do have a nice view.
It is
I'm
the
always
best view in
shocked.
Ulster
It's like,
County.
this is what they've decided to do with this? Like,
Yep. That's what it is. It's the Catskills from the mall parking lot.
nice.
I would disagree. I think the best view would probably be our applicant, Mr. Schoonmaker's up on Towpath Road. It's gorgeous up there.
True, that is pretty damn nice. I gotta say.
All right, so I added in that we received a no county impact letter from the Ulster County the Ulster County Planning Board. Whew. Do I have a motion to now adopt the findings? Motion
Make
to
a
adopt the
motion.
findings.
Make a motion
I'll
to adopt the
second.
I'll do
findings.
it.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstain. Thus, the Town of Rochester Planning Board grants major subdivision conditional final approval permitting the subdivision of land situated at 41 Garden Lane, Accord, New York. The subdivision plan dated February 9th, 2021 is approved with the following conditions. Heather, do I have the right final date there? Do you know?
All right, what is the date that says on? Okay,
February 9th.
9th. Let me look at this, Goody.
You check while I'm reading and we'll see if we need to change that.
I have February, let me see. Yes, 9th.
Okay.
This is February 9th.
Perfect. All fees shall be paid in full prior to the chair's signature on the final plat. The applicant shall present a final plat for signature. The following plat notes shall be included. Heather, you can find space and add all of these. We have the right to farm, floodplain, DEC stream, Rochester waterway, and subdivision law design. All of which are because the whole great big parcel has all of these, not because the small pieces you're carving off do, but.
Okay.
And so you can read through this and it's the standard pros that we have. And and to remind them, any further subdivision shall be treated as a major subdivision under Town of Rochester Subdivision Law 125. The subdivision shall not be valid until received by the planning board of certification of well and septic for proposed lot 3 and 4 by licensed engineer or the Ulster County Health Department. That should be Department of Health.
Is it Ulster County Department of Health? I didn't realize that either.
It's UCDOH, we always say, right?
I always say Ulster County to DH, but again, nobody needs to know this minutia other than us.
Maybe it is Health Department, but I'm like, we always say DOH. Needless to say, if we do it backwards, it'll get to the right person.
All right.
The two new lots 3 and 4 can support water and septic, and the plat title shall be changed from preliminary plan to final plan. I think it still says preliminary on it. And any and all development shall comply with Town of Rochester 125-21 and 125-22, and all required local, county, state, or federal permits shall be secured for the current and future use of these lands. The conditional final approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date, unless it is signed, a final plat is presented, signed by the chairman. Period may extend it for 2 additional 90 days. And the Town of Rochester Planning Board further grants major subdivision conditional final approval permitting the subdivision of lands located at 41 Garden Lane upon satisfactory completion of 1, 2, and 3. Let's double check. 1, 2, and 3. Yes. and grants the authority to the chairman to certify that the conditions have been met and review, sign, and date the plat without further resolution at such time. The effective approval, the owner shall file in the office of Ulster County Clerk such approved plat from bearing the chairman's signature and other related documents in 62 days, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with New York State Town Law 276, and the owner shall have the responsibility to return 3 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of the final plat and any other related documents to the Town of Rochester Planning Board within 30 days of such filing. I think that covers it. So we really need some plat notes and to make sure that we get certification for well and septic. Otherwise, everything was in good order. Any comments from anybody on the board? Going once, twice, 3 times on the board. Do I have a motion to adopt the conditional final approval for this subdivision?
So moved.
Second?
Second,
All in favor? Aye.
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 Against? Abstain. Perfect. All right. Now we
Thank
start
you.
slowing. Thank you, Heather. Now we start slowing down.
Oh. I was hoping we would
And I looked
maintain
it up.
this.
It is the Department of Health.
It is Department of Health? Okay. Thank you. So next on the docket, we have
Henry Rich.
Henry Rich Grocery Store. To refresh everybody, we did get a final packet to circulate to Ulster County Planning, to the Department of Public Works, which takes care of the roads for this, to the Department of Health for if they can do anything touching any water whatsoever. Also to our Historic Preservation Commission and Fire Department. And that was it, I believe. So as everybody remembers, this is single family home, small antique shop, former pottery studio that they want to convert into a grocery store with dry goods, local produce, and prepackaged grab and go items. There's no on-site food preparation. This is something we're going to have to touch upon because they cannot have coffee, they cannot have tea, because you cannot have any water use going to the public the way the current situation is, the way the Department of Health phrased it. That's not us, that's the Department of Health. The upstairs will be office storage for the applicant and his employees. At some point, the store next to it will become general retail use. Your total square footage between the two of them is 2,480 square feet. We talked more about parking places than I think we will talk ever about parking places in any of the rest of our applications ever put together for the next 10 years. And we have come down to a 9-vehicle parking area with overflow parking going into the municipal parking lot. They will have a licensed trash hauler to haul the trash, dumpster for cardboard goods, etc. that will come with small box truck deliveries. And the idea was to have this before or after business hours. Some resurfacing of the parking area, especially the ADA part, the rest to be gravel. And some landscaping changes, picnic tables in the front. And they're also putting up a privacy fence along the back for privacy with the neighbors. Lighting is dark sky compliant. The solar roof. That is the very, 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 very quick cliff notes of the narrative. There is the, there's our site over here. And here you have the firehouse across the street from the site. And the famous municipal parking is back where you see the cars lined up.
Aaron, your connection seems to be stalling out.
Am I stalling out on everybody?
Yes.
If I have to reboot, we're in big trouble.
Oh, boy. I caught cars are parked in the municipal parking, and that was
Right,
it.
so cars would go in where you see the cars on the map there lined up. That is where the overflow parking there.
So you're also stalled.
You know, the longer we do this, the more things start. Let me
Mhm.
see if. Closing anything helps. Usually you just have to redo. This is the site as proposed. You see the grocery store. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 parking spaces in between. They have added the fence in the back. There's some additions that have to be made to this. We can go over that later, that are missing from the narrative and the final go through of the site plan. Just to refresh everybody, this is what the parking was before, with the multiple parking, with extensively more parking, especially on the other side of the general retail. So we greatly reduced the parking between the two structures. Here is what it will look like. There's the front door with a grocery sign with the lighting above, and you can see the solar panels. There is the interior floor plan. In front, you have a large storage, or in back, you have a large storage area, I'm sorry. And then you have pretty much your classic produce, cheese, bulk, frozen goods, dry goods, your point of sale area, etc. Offices above, storage and offices above. We asked and we got that we wanted to have some.
Oh, I just lost you, Maren.
You just drop off.
You're still not back. Anne Marie's leaving. And talking and muted.
I'm putting a piece of wood on the fire behind me.
I get it.
All I'm doing. I'm not leaving. I'm here.
I guess we should wait, but if we need to, well, I guess we should wait.
Maren.
Because I can click through, Maren has the rest of the stuff in a folder. If we're just waiting for her to log back on. I think that was sort of the end
She's
of it.
coming back in.
Is she back? Great.
Yeah, she's back. Maren.
You're
You're
on
back,
mute.
but you're
Maren.
muted.
Yeah, I'm back. It could be a
You
really
can
long
turn
night.
your video off too.
Yeah, pardon?
If you turn your video off on though, it'll reduce your internet draw. That's a technical term, internet draw.
I
Exactly.
like that.
All right, we stopped video. So here's the grocery store. Might have to make some changes there. We also showed the detailing for the dumpster enclosure, and also the signage is going to be above. The signage will be a 63 square foot wooden black on white with exterior illumination and located as shown on the other sheet. We have illumins that shows all those little squiggleacious things that shows what your light, and that's a very, very technical term also, that shows that the light doesn't overflow onto the neighbors and also onto the street excessively. So the light, it does meet our code for lighting standards. At the periphery, we also have cutouts of the type of lights they're going to use, which are dark sky compliant, downward facing, et cetera, et cetera. They meet our lighting standards. We asked for a landscaping detail, which is a little hard to read, but
Yeah, just focusing on the section next to Main Street.
exactly. So they plan to eliminate the trees in front of the grocery store to have a better visual into the grocery store, and have picnic tables there. And so most of the landscaping is really in front of the proposed general retail, comprised of grasses and other natives. Rick, you can have a look at that, but sweet spire, I know at least, and dogwood. We're not bringing any invasives in there. Russian sage is like a rock, and grasses. This was the commentary from the Gateway meeting to refresh everybody. And the biggest issues on at the Gateway meeting were traffic, access, and parking. And also the lack of water and that they really couldn't do much where you touch any water with the current, unfortunately, the situation in this lot. We did not discuss emergency response access when we were in the Gateway meeting with the county and others, but the fire department has provided us with details there. SHPO responded, and after some back and forth with the applicant, they had no problems with the solar panel or with the project. This is from the Department of Health. Oh, this is from the Historic Preservation Commission, and they had no problem with what they are doing to the property. Ulster County Planning Board comment was, if any finalized permits from the County Department of Health, now we know the way you're supposed to say it. If Ulster County Planning Board says Department of Health is Department of Health. For wastewater, or Ulster County Department of Public Works for access remain outstanding, final approvals from the appropriate agencies will be necessary. We have no DOH, so that has to be done. This was here's from our Department of Public Works. No formal application for this project has been received by this office. However, on November 23rd, 2020, I was present during a Gateway Zoom meeting concerning this proposal. At said time, I expressed my concern that as proposed, it appears the project will be deemed a public water supply and that the necessary setbacks from well to wastewater disposal systems, ownership requirements around the well, etc., are not being met. So there's some outstanding issues with the Department of Health. And this we received from the fire department. So I'm going to try to read some of this because there's some outstanding issues from what the fire department responded to us. The fire department is not only tasked to respond to fires, but a wide variety of other incidents that include rescues, emergency medical services, building collapses, hazardous material incidents, and a multitude of other incidents. Aside from that, the department is also tasked with fire prevention, which is intended to educate the general public to hopefully prevent emergencies from occurring and limit the chance of those emergencies from claiming life or property. With that said, the district officers of the Accord Fire Department do have some questions and concerns in reference to the above application. Most of the concerns are due to very limited accessibility of the building and its ability of a potential high life hazard, that's customers. To the very limited access to the structure, there's concern for life safety of patrons and emergency personnel for multiple reasons. One is patrons who are unable to utilize the parking lot will have to park in other locations. Where are these locations? We covered that. And is the path that these patrons will be utilizing safe for them to walk to and from and avoid properties that are private or restricted? Due to lack of parking, will these patrons try to utilize the fire department parking lot for alternate parking? We're sure this is not the plan. Patrons will naturally park in the nearest available space, which will be located across the street. This will limit parking for firefighters and create a dangerous situation for all involved. It will also hinder response times that are vital to the operation of the fire department to protect life and property. Even if people parked in the street in front of the store, this would limit access for fire department personnel and equipment when responding and returning from incidents. And how will the projected businesses be obtaining supplies? Will be large vehicles that limit access on Main Street to normal traffic and vehicles. And the parking lot access is very limited for the placement of fire department apparatus in the event of an emergency, such as a vehicle fire, which also brings another issue to mind of parked vehicles and ignition source between two occupied dwellings, one of which being a wood frame structure. Thank you for your time and consideration. So we have some issues to deal with there. Let's go back to a beautiful picture. So at that point, the overview's a little longer on this one than usual, but I will open it up to planning board members for any comments, concerns, things that we need to look at further. Let's go with Zorian first.
Well, Martin, we're supposed to go to the applicant next if they had anything they want to add.
I'm sorry, you're totally right. I was in the wrong order. Let's go to the
No
applicant.
problem.
You're totally right, Sam. Heather.
Hi. One, I would love to have that fire department letter forwarded to us. That's the first time we've seen it. So I'm kind of replying off the cuff here. Again, we're putting up signage in the lot indicating that they are to park in the municipal lot, not in the fire department parking. So I don't know what control we have over the signage in the fire department area as to who is allowed to park where. If we need to put up signs, we can do that. I'm assuming that the applicant is fine with that. But again, like I said, I'm not sure what we can do outside of putting up signs in our own lot indicating they should park in the municipal lot. Where people park after that, I don't know what to do. So I asked for some guidance on that. And for the issues about fire access, I mean, we are across the street from the fire department. So I
think what they were addressing there, Heather, is you have a narrow one main entrance, and this is not really if you have to give EMS there, and you have to, so they are across the street, but if you have to go in and bring supplies, and usually the fire department would try to park as close as possible. I know they're across the street, so response time would be very rapid. I think part of it was a getting into the building issue.
Okay, well, people shouldn't be parking on Main Street. We're not allowing that. We're not making allowances for that. That they need to park on Main Street to access the building. I don't really know what the problem is here, other than people not following the law, which we don't have any control over.
I'll just add, I was in touch with the superintendent of the fire department about not blocking trucks going in or out, and we'll absolutely have a no tolerance policy for people parking on the street or in the fire department, and we'd be happy to put up additional signs. In terms of access to the building, it has 5 points of ingress, so it's
Good point.
very accessible, just in every way. So that's a note on safety and accessibility.
I'm wondering do you need a formal response to this for the fire department?
Let's go through and see what the rest of the board members have to say. Okay. I have some. I want to let everybody else have a chance to speak. I think there's some solutions that are, some of this is out of the purview of, some of their concerns are out of the purview of the planning board. And I think there's some solutions that are viable within that. So why don't we, if you guys don't have anything else, why don't we, let's do the round robin. Rick, do you have anything?
I'm glad the fire department took the time to respond. I think the parking has been responded to by the applicant with the appropriate signage. There's no parking in the street. It's not even in our control. It's the county that controls that. So short of people getting towed from the fire department area, I don't know what else we can do about parking in the area. I'm a little confused with the comments that the fire department made around safety. I got the impression they didn't think they would be able to get into the building with their gurneys or anything like that. I don't know where I got that idea from, but I mean, the access into the building is legal access. It's the appropriate sized doors, and there's certainly enough of them. So I'm not sure what that comment refers to. As far as getting close to the building, well, if they're on the street, they'll be close enough. So I think the fire department did a great job letting us know what their concerns were. I'm not sure what else we can do beyond what's in the planning board's purview. And besides, I don't see any real problems except for the possibility that somebody's going to park in the fire department's parking lot, and shame on them. So other than that, Chair, and also the water department, or the county health department rather, I see that something wasn't filled out. Maybe the applicant can address that. But we've made it clear that won't be able to use any additional water except for that, for the bathrooms. So I'm not sure, again, what's missing to the county health department. And I think that's really it. I'm satisfied with everything else that the applicant has done.
Okay, thank you. Zorian, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. Again, some information is missing on that layout. Because the way I see layout, I see 1 3 inches door as the entrance. Where's the exit? Then I see another 2 doors. I don't know the purpose, but Henry mentioned that there was 5 doors. So I think they have to be clearly identified. And the layout should have a sign like emergency exit. Another question I have, what about second floor? I don't know how many people are going to be on second floor. What's the escape route for them? I think that has to be clearly shown in layout, so nobody would ask those questions.
Okay, it's a good point. Thank you very much. That's a very good point. Thank you, Zorian. Anne Marie.
Well, I love this idea of a store, and it's so pretty on the road behind there, but I don't know. I mean, would it make sense to put the parking behind, like where the parking is now, but extended back to the road and behind Scenic Road? And then this way, that would be, I don't know if that would make it easier, but it's, some stores have parking behind them. I don't know if that's what the applicant is looking to do. I mean, it's really pretty back there with the water and everything, but that might be something to satisfy what they need to do. They have a double access, and it's just a suggestion. Again, I would like to be looking at the water and not have that behind there, but it might be something that they might want to just give it an idea, give it a shot to think about,
Okay, perfect. Mark, do you have anything?
I have 2 things. So one, I saw we updated the plan with the dumpster and its appearance, but I don't see it on this plan that you're presenting. Where is that going to finally locate?
There's a dumpster enclosure on that site plan that Maren is showing there.
Yeah, but you need,
what would be the north side?
You need to
of
show
the
it.
antique?
It's not on the site plan.
It is on the site plan, Maren. It's to the north of the antique building at the top of the parking area. So so there, and then go immediately to your right where that circle is, where I think Sam drew it.
Proposed gravel dumpster pad. Got it right there. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, good.
So we're gonna
Thanks, Sam.
schlep the trash from there all the way to the other side. Is that true?
It's not that far.
Okay.
But yes, if we can't store it in the building, there is because we took your comments into account there, and there may be some excessive amounts of cardboard. So we're creating an area where we could have a official trash dumpster area that is fenced in and therefore somewhat hidden from the public.
Yeah,
That
no,
is
that's
outside
good.
of the
I just,
building.
no, that's good. I just was making sure that that distance is okay for you guys. Okay. And then the next question, Mary, can you go back to the fire letter, if you don't mind?
Yep.
About the safety. Did they mention anything about having the parking and the cars there that they don't think they could pull into the driveway? Was there anything mentioned of that?
Let's see.
It says, unfortunately, due to the parking, these patrons will not utilize the fire department parking lot. The only thing I just was making sure that there's not a limitation for the fire department to get into their driveway. And I know we haven't had a chance to look at this letter yet, so I'm putting you on the
Right.
spot here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mark, I mean, maybe we'll get to this probably when we're talking amongst ourselves, but I sort of heard the fire department having a twofold concern. One was
Yeah.
firefighters being able to access the firehouse,
Yep.
you know, with an unrelated emergency, and then the other was a potential emergency at this site. And
Exactly.
I
I think-
agreed it was a little unclear.
Right, this
To
is
me-
where it says it here, parking lot access is very limited for placement of fire department apparatus in the event of an emergency such as a fire vehicle, which also brings another issue to mind, parking vehicle ignition source in between the two. Okay, so that was one thing that I was thinking of. If there was a fire, would they be able to actually pull in that driveway, or would they just block the road, which obviously they have the right of way, so I'm just thinking out loud on that.
Yeah, I think Sam's right. There's a twofold concern. One is, could people be parking and blocking the firemen getting to park and respond to a fire and get to their apparatus? And also, if something happened here, could they be able to pull in? Could they be able to get close enough? Could they have access to the store itself? So you're right, Mark. It's a twofold concern.
That's all I have.
Who else is there? Patrick? He can't talk? Patrick's
Can't
just
talk.
like ghosting us.
He can chat, he just can't talk.
So,
I get to go too.
I hit everybody, right? Sam, there you go. Sam. I
Yeah,
keep trying to mix it up in order and I don't write everybody down, and then Sam.
So the one question I had was already addressed. It was the dumpster location. Thanks for pointing that out on the site plan. The second question, and Heather, you sort of touched on this a bit, but was about the signage. You know, all of my sort of questions are stemming from the letter from the fire department, which obviously we take very seriously. So one thing I just noticed after reading the fire department letter was just the sign says additional parking behind firehouse. And I know there's some, I mean, I even have lack of clarity myself about where exactly the boundary is between the firehouse parking and the municipal lot. And I was wondering if there might be, if you guys had any ideas about how, with the signage that you do have control over, if there might be any ways of clarifying where that municipal lot was. Like the idea of maybe a map popped into my head, or even just changing the wording to be clearer. You know, I completely hear from you and also from Henry that you guys are obviously have no desire to interfere with the fire people. So I was just curious if you had any ideas about other ways that we might be able to alleviate or eliminate confusion with patrons.
I sort
I
of,
noticed-
Can I
well,
get
hold
to
on.
the
I didn't get to talk yet, Zorian, honey.
Sorry, Tanya.
I get to go too. I think on what Sam, like maybe
Well, I love-
even
can
Heather is
Heather-
saying,
yeah.
instead of additional parking behind firehouse, please park in municipal parking.
Or just change it to
That's a
additional
lot of words
parking.
on a little sign, you know.
I think it
so
might be
we
better
can-
just to say additional parking in municipal lot,
Municipal
not leave the
parking.
firehouse
Exactly.
out of it.
Right, leave the fire
Exactly.
out of it.
Exactly.
I'd love to hear what Heather or Henry Rich, if they have any ideas in addition.
I thought about that, and I have lived in Rochester for almost 20 years at this point, and the idea of a municipal lot is like, where the hell is the municipal lot? Oh, it's behind the fire department. Like the signage is not very clear on the town of, I don't want to place blame, but the signage is not very clear that we have a municipal lot. And, you know, if you drive by was that Schoolhouse Road, and there's all these parking spaces along the firehouse with these signs that say no parking allowed, that is confusing. I mean, why is there a parking space if there's no parking allowed? Who is that parking allowed? But I feel like the whole signage, and I don't know whose responsibility it is for. We could put a large sign with a map indicating exactly where the signage is, where the lot is. But if there isn't accompanying signage
wayfinding
on
from
the
the
lot
town.
that we're talking about, the town lot, I don't know how effective that's going to be.
But you would be open
Well, we
to maybe
have
the
broke
idea
it
of a
down.
map.
I
Like a
think
map
so,
of-
but I don't know how effective a map is going to be over 6 words, because you know the attention span of our current audience.
Yeah,
Well, I think
Yeah.
part of it is whether we don't think it's going to be effective or not, we should try, because half of that
Right.
municipal parking lot is the fire department, and that fire department is going to have a tow truck and is going to take people away. So I think, I don't know, if you're in a more dense urban area, people all the time, you go to a museum in a dense urban area and they will have a little sign that shows this parking garage is free for you.
Right.
This well, you know what? Maybe
Yeah.
we need to scale it up for this use.
It's true. We don't
And have
have a
something
sign that
more robust.
indicates what is the municipal lot and what is the fire department. Like, there needs to be a sign there. I don't know whose jurisdiction
yeah,
that
I
is,
can,
because it's town property.
we can pass that along to the town board,
Mhm.
with some wayfinding signs might be helpful. Cause I
Exactly.
know, everyone's totally in favor of downtown Accord revitalization. And if like signage on the town's part is an obstacle, I think that's probably something we can solve. Or that the town.
And
can
we're
solve.
happy to help out, but like I said, like having a paragraph long idea of where the parking is, I don't think it's gonna help, really.
But you guys are
You're gonna
open
park
to
right on
like,
Schoolhouse Lane and right next to the parking lot.
but you're open to creative solution. Oh, Henry, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, tell us what you want and we'll do it.
Well,
Just-
it might end up being a condition of approval that you have to make the creative map, and that the additional parking behind firehouse changes to
Parking in
additional
municipal
parking in
lot.
municipal parking lot. So
Yeah.
it almost
What
becomes-
I want to avoid here is like, we present an idea, you mull it over,
Yeah, yeah.
then they reject it, and then we present another idea. Like,
We're-
the ideas, they need to be open soon. We've been at this.
Heather, we're past that. We're basically saying the additional parking behind firehouse sign needs to be changed, and it needs to say something, park within. Okay, there's no more back and forth, you're right. Where
Yeah.
we've gotten to that stage, you will now
Okay,
be
good.
getting very soon conditions of approval that will tell you what your sign has to look like. We're
Thank you.
trying to engage you in an open discussion at this juncture, so you have some idea what to do, because this.
Okay, good.
All right?
And I have
This is
one,
not back and forth. This is, that sign needs to be changed. Does that make you feel better presenting it that way?
To whatever, tell me what you need and I'm fine with it.
well,
Right,
yeah,
Henry?
we'll discuss that amongst ourselves. So then the other question I had was just, again, stemming from the fire department's letter. They called out 2 things, both of which we've already kind of discussed with you guys. And I think we felt that we had resolution, and then the fire department re-highlighted it, which changed my perspective on it a bit. And those 2 things were, it was the loading and unloading issue that they brought up, and then also the access, if there was need to bring like a fire truck or an ambulance or something into the parking lot. And, my first response was, well, it's right across the street from the fire department. But then as I thought about it more, I realized like they don't want to block the road either. And then also if there had to be like an EMS vehicle or something like that, they would need a place to pull in. And then sort of stacking that on top of this loading, unloading. And I was just, the thing that came to my mind, and I'm hesitant to bring this back up, but is the possibility of designating one of the parking spots as a loading, unloading, and also like an emergency vehicle access. spot. To me, that feels like it might solve both of those problems. And I was curious if you had any other thoughts about ways to address those issues.
I follow what you're saying, Sam, completely. We do have right against the grocery is the aisle for the parking area, which is, I believe, 22 feet wide. So that in itself, being that if people don't park where they're not supposed to park, that is available for the emergency vehicle all the way from Main Street to the end of the building. So the need to designate another parking space for emergency vehicles seems to be excessive. But if you need us to do that, I don't see it. We can use the handicap parking since that's a little bit wider and it's the first one there for potential emergencies. But like I said, the aisle is right up against the building, so that will always be clear unless there's morons that just decide to abandon their vehicle and not park.
So once
that
again, I'm
also-
sort of thinking that since we want to move this along, and when we discuss this through, it might just become a condition of approval. We'll see what the rest of the board thinks, to keep one of those parking spaces for loading, emergency, and fire. Because the last thing, I mean, the purview of the zoning and planning board, as you know, Heather, is the health, safety, and welfare of the entire community. So it might just be that one of those has to be designated as handicap / EMS / that would also help the problem of loading, because I had one of my concerns, while it is incredibly well intentioned to have all deliveries before and after, if they have one beverage that comes from a national supplier, they're going to do their milk run and they're going to come whenever they can come. So that way you would have a place for that delivery truck to pull in, make the delivery, pull out, and not cause problems. Because the best intentions are wonderful, but there's absolutely no way to force a delivery person to say you have to come before it's open or after it's open. And the second thing that the applicant has to understand, you have to, what you know very well, Heather, is we give this permission to the land. So Henry could move on and do something different. We need to make sure that the next person who has the grocery store, who has whatever, we have provided for this. So it is not that he has the best intentions or worst intentions. We have to make sure that the land use is well done. So perhaps when the board discusses it and looks at it, the best thing will be to have a dedicated parking for loading, EMS, and fire. I had one other question also. The dumpster, just think when it's really snowy, guys, it's going to be really tough to get over to that dumpster. You're going to have to, that's a long walk, and you have to go around front. I don't know if maybe this is, you can keep it there if you don't mind walking in the snow, but it might be a sort of a crappy walk for the people working there. I had an answer to Anne Marie's question that they can't do the parking in back on a lot of that because it sits on the septic system and you can't park on top of the septic. So that would help things a lot, but we can't do that, unfortunately.
Can I respond to the proposal of losing a parking spot?
Pardon?
Can I respond to the proposal of designating a parking spot for emergency vehicles and deliveries? Is this an appropriate time?
Let me finish some of these other things here, but it might be getting to the moot point, so we can really move this on and get an approval for you. Because if we keep responding, as Heather said, back and forth, this is going to get approved sometime by my 80th birthday. So you might want to think about the dumpster. I have no problem if you want to go across there, but it doesn't seem like a very convenient dumpster part. But I also was thinking, I know you don't know what you're going to do with the other retail as of yet, but you might want to think, are you going to use the same sign that is there? The last thing you want to do is have to come back and amend a site plan. And if you came up with a new signage, you would have to come back to us, which I know you don't want either, and amend your site plan. So you might want to just, you might not have to say what the words are going to be on it, but our other sign will be here and it will be this big. And here's our other happy sign. It will keep you from having to come back. It's a logistic thing, but it would be a very intelligent thing to do. Also, on some of the fire and safety issues, you're gonna have to get a building permit for the renovation, and you will have to have everything compliant. So your question, Zorian, they will have to be, just because we say that site plan is fine, they can't get a CO. They have to get a CO after doing everything that meets building, fire, and safety. So those irritating exit signs you have over the exit, and making sure the doors are big enough that a gurney can get through it. And I don't even know anything about, and I was trying to think of things that they talk about, and I don't know anything about all of this, but some of that will be covered by the fact that you don't get a CO until the building department has said you have all of those fire and safety things. So some of your worries there, like if the building department doesn't think any of those doors are wide enough, Zorian, then they'll say you have to cut a bigger, wider door so a wheelchair can get through, and whatever the code is, I don't have any idea. So while we sort of do the bigger picture, but all of that will have to be done before any groceries are in there. Is the building department has to sign off on it, and the Department of Health will have to sign off on, here is what exactly the use is, and say, yep, you can do that. So if I remember well from our Gateway meeting, the health department said you can't even have tea or coffee, because that would mean you have to use water unless you have a water sterilization. So what you're going to do exactly will have to be presented to Department of Health, which once again isn't our issue in any way, shape, or form. We just say, you must get the proper permit from the Department of Health before we sign off on this. So those are outstanding stuff that doesn't really, sort of has stuff to do with us, but doesn't have stuff to do with us. So I think I hit what everybody else sort of said there. Henry, if you want to talk
Agree.
about the
Thanks.
parking spot.
Yeah, I would just make a plea to the planning board, after spending so many months talking about parking, that we not lose a spot going from 9 to 8. And I think the context here is, currently it's a parking lot. It's full from side to side and has been for years. There's no way for people to get in, which is similar to pretty much anybody else's driveway. We're taking the plan, which is currently 11 on paper, and bringing it down to 9 larger spots. We're going to remove plants and debris from the antique store to make a wider lane. Everything that we're doing is going to make, it's actually meeting their concerns about having a lane and being safer than it's been for probably decades. And it's permanently lowering the number of parking spots that could be on that site. We take their concerns very, very seriously, which is why I reached out to Peter months ago, and we'll have absolutely no tolerance for anybody parking on the street. But removing a spot would just send more people to the municipal lot, send more people crossing the street. We've organized our hours in our business so that we can receive deliveries before opening, because it's so important to us as like a small business that's trying to, be the first kind of big, thing that's open in town for a while, that we can break even. And reducing from 9 to 8 would be, it would be a blow to our business plan. So I would say at this point, I appreciate their letter, but I'm just making a plea to not go back on that at this point.
All right. So we'll mull it over and see what we can think, and maybe see if we could talk more to the fire department. But I have to repeat to you, remember, we're giving this to the land, not to you. And if you leave and somebody who's a crappy grocery store runner comes in after that, then we are the ones who are culpable for not protecting our citizens. And that's the difficulty that people have in understanding. We know you will do well, but you could strike the lottery and leave tomorrow. It happens all the time. And so that's why we have to be super careful with this in our decision. And the other stuff is easy. So I think we'll leave it at that. Am I on my right? We're ready for the public hearing, I believe. I think I'm doing my order correctly, Sam. That was,
We'll do board discussion.
One note, Department of Health.
no, we have, at this point, we do have public comment before board discussion to see if people have anything else that somebody discovered there's gold or a sinkhole in the middle of this, and we just mine for rare earth minerals instead of doing a grocery store. And then we have a board discussion after.
You're right, I stand corrected.
So you and I will get it right eventually. I got one, I flipped one, you flipped the other. So I would love to say also we got quite a bit of written response, all 97% very much in favor conceptually, as the planning board is, of the grocery store. So very favorable written response. If we do have people online that would like to make comment, I'm going to remind you, it gets very late and we have a lot on the agenda, but you have 7 minutes to speak. I'm going to put my clock on. Get my 7 minutes going. You're talking to the board and not to the applicant. I don't think this is a contentious application, but always keep it civil. Also, what we really want to know are, do you know something about the site? Do you know something about the comprehensive plan that this is addressing or not addressing? Additional land use facts are very helpful to us. So and once again, the introduction should be limited just to your name and your address, not how long you've been here, where you're from, what your career is, etc. That is not helpful information. While it might be nice to know, it's not a need to know for the board. Just introduce your name, where you live, and if you have some germane data to the application. So we'll open it up for the public hearing. Brianna, you get to do the dirty work.
If there's anyone who wishes to speak on this application, you can raise your hand, or if you are calling via a phone, you press star 9. I don't see anyone.
I do. I see two.
Two hands.
Brianna. Yeah, I see Maria and Susan.
Oh, I don't see that on my end. So that is.
They are physically raising their hands and waving,
Oh, I can't see
not hitting the
everybody.
raise hand
Right.
feature.
Okay. Hang on. Yeah, I can't see everybody, so it's all right. Maria and Susan, you said,
Yep.
Mr. Grasso? Okay, hang on, I'm gonna go to Maria first, just because I see her first, and then Susan will be next.
Hi, thank you so much. It's really great to see so many people who care so much about Accord, and to see this, great democratic debate going on. I'm the former landowner of that lot, and I know the parking spaces are very awkward there, but there's this huge municipal lot across the street. So, but there was never any signage. Whenever I held an event, I had to put signs up on the firehouse telling people not to park there because their signs were so inadequate. So, I think that, Accord could benefit from more signage in general. I think it'll make the town much more friendly. And I think that a general store will enhance it so much. When the deli closed, when Deepak and Jigesha's deli closed, even though it was sort of a peripheral place that sold basically beer and lotto tickets and cigarettes, it was a little part of the town that died. And to have a general store there is going to benefit the town so much. It is going to be the heart of the town. You're going to see. And I know everybody's trying really hard to make sure it doesn't cause any waves and it doesn't, put anybody out. And that's really appreciated. And also time is of the essence. And I really can't wait to see what comes of this. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Maria. Good to see you. All right. next you had?
Susan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
good.
Hi, I actually live in Cripplebush, so just over the border from Rochester. And I'm speaking mainly as a bit of a character reference. I'm in a unique position. I've actually known Henry for 30 years, since he was in 4th grade. He and my son have been good friends since then. And I was there when Henry decided to create a restaurant in Brooklyn, knowing very little about a restaurant business, but knowing that he could talk to people and gain knowledge from them and learn how to do it. And the restaurant he created, the first one, he's got, I think, 3 or 4 now, Rucola, was successful because he listened to the community. He listened to what people needed, what they wanted, and that's what he created. When he bought his home up here, he looked for needs that he could fill, and saw this building that had been sitting there and thought, what can I do for the community? He cares about the area so much that he moved his father right next door to where the shop is. And he's worked with the planning board over the past few months to find solutions. I think you'll find that whatever he says, he will do. He will do. It's not just sort of saying yes to be acquiescent. And while I saw I listened to how much of this discussion was about parking, and while there's only so much somebody can do about limiting parking, if Henry says that he will tell people, please don't park there, move your cars, I think you can believe that he will do that. He takes his obligations very seriously, and I think both with the grocery store and other ideas he has, he's somebody who you're very lucky to have him, and I wish he had bought his house in Marbletown instead.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else waving, jumping up and down, smoke signals?
Not
Robert,
that I
you got
see.
hands?
I don't see any, Brianna.
All right, I will make a motion then to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Hang on, Mr.
Second.
Mr. Rich. Hang on, Mr. Rich just said someone is trying to get into the waiting room. So hang on. Oh, she was kicked out. Okay, I got her. I think there's one more, Maren.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Grace just joined.
Yes.
I think the need to log in kind of threw a few people.
Brianna, can you hear me now?
Oh my God, he's back.
I've been here. I just couldn't hear me.
I know, you were ghosting
All right.
us.
I just needed to know which way this button needed to be pushed to be muted or unmuted. Thank you.
Were we trying to see if Grace had a
Yeah,
comment?
I'm trying to see. Grace, do you wish to speak?
Hi, sorry, my computer died and I tried to get back in. Sorry about that.
So Grace, let me just tell you very quickly that the rules are, I don't think you'll probably exceed them since I don't know if you were, did you hear them ahead of time or?
No, I'm sorry, I missed them.
All right, you have 7 minutes to speak. You're speaking to the board. We always remain civil when we're speaking. And what we really would like to hear is if you have any ideas about land use and how this works with our comprehensive plan, because we're a land use committee. And just give your name and your address, and we don't need to really know anything else about you. We don't like life histories.
No problem, I won't bore you. I'm Grace Bonney. I live at 32 Towpath Road, just down the street from where the market would be. My wife and I have lived here for the past 7 years. I just wanted to speak up in support of this plan, both as a use for the land and as for the community. I think it would be a wonderful addition. I would love to be able to walk to and from. I just think it would be a wonderful way to bring life back. Both Julia, my wife, and I were on the HARP committee when it started, when we first moved here. And this was exactly the type of project we all talked about wanting to see come, and to come with such consideration for the community. And I really appreciate what I've seen Henry and everybody involved do in terms of talking to all of us up and down the street. And that's how we met. So I just wanted to speak up and voice my support. I think it would be a great addition for the community and for the land as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thanks for persevering to get into the call.
Thank you.
Anything else? Mark, you're like our back book checker here right now.
Thanks for that. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't see anybody else at this time.
All right, guys.
Can we just check and see if Henry sees anybody else who's on either, one of the phone numbers or on the video who you're expecting?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I messaged a few people that I see on here and asked if they wanted to speak, and they didn't respond. So I think I got almost everyone.
Okay.
Do you want to, Mary Lou, would it be wise to close it for comment and just leave it open for written comment, or just, we have an awful lot of written, we've had plenty of time for commentary, or just get it over and done with and move this into the final period?
That is totally up to the board. Just remember, if you close it totally, you have limitations on when you can
Your
make
time,
your,
yep. Oh, if this isn't done in 62 days?
yeah, I know. I can't imagine it won't be. But that's totally up to the board, whether you're.
What does the rest
ready.
of the board think? You think you're ready to close the public hearing here and
Yep,
make?
I second it. You
Yes.
motioned, I second it, and I'm still ready
Okay.
to second it and close the public hearing.
All right, so I make a motion to close the public hearing, second by Mr. Jones. Do I have all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
Abstain. All right.
And I
That,
just want to comment that all of those written comments that you got are, as you know, but so
Yes.
the public knows, they are all part of the record. So
Yes.
they're all taken into consideration in the decision-making process.
exactly.
And thanks for the overwhelming engagement of the public. It's nice to see that so many people are engaging with the process.
Exactly. If they would love to come on the process, it's fantastic. We're going to be here, to 3 a.m, and they can super duper engage. So board discussion. So at this juncture, everybody is quiet. It is board
Ms. Grasso
discussion.
gets another pillow.
Yep. So we can move this on. I have some one other tiny thing, Heather, that I forgot. On the site plan, will you put the landscaping on that also, not just on an extra landscaping sheet? Did Heather hear me?
She's probably trying not to talk.
She's on mute.
Yeah, you're still on mute, Heather.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
This is
Is
just,
it a note on our plan saying see landscaping plan, or do you want something
either
more
a
than that?
safety landscaping plan to make sure that when the code enforcement officer is looking through for the CO and everything, he checks everything, or put the landscaping on and a legend on there if you can fit it. I don't know if you can fit it.
Probably not. I'll just put a
Probably not.
see
I mean, basically,
landscaping
if you
plan.
put this all together in one big pack, like, and say, see landscaping, see lighting, see whatever.
Yeah, the index has them all now as one
Perfect,
site,
perfect.
even though it's several consultants at this point.
Perfect, that's fine.
Yay.
And Martin, I had a question for Mary Lou about the fire department letter, and just since I've been on the board, we've never gotten any comments from the fire department other than no comment or make sure you have your pull-offs every 500 feet. So this is just sort of a new context for me as a board member. And I was just curious if you could give all of us a little bit more information about how to contextualize comments from an agency like the fire department. How are we supposed to weight them? Are they binding in any way on us? How do we hear them?
Yeah, they're not binding. You look at them, and if you agree that there's something substantial there that needs to require a change, then you make that change. There may be things that are in there that you've already discussed that they don't realize. So you can bring up discussion you've had in the past, have discussion now. And it's up to you how much credence you give them. It's like anybody else.
I'd also like to ask if we can have a copy of that letter sent to us, because we don't
I know,
have it
I
in our
got that. I'll
files.
definitely do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I emailed it to you. I don't know why you didn't get it. It seems to happen quite often. So.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah, we should talk.
I have a question. The going back with Sam on the letter from the fire department, the impression I got from hearing that is that they had concerns about the situation. As far as us moving forward with an approval on that, just regarding what the fire department is saying, how does that work?
Well, that's the one point that I came up with, is saying, well, there's one of their worries is the parking and blocking the parking at the firehouse. We can put conditions in saying no parking. We can make the signage more robust. Then there's the other level of what Sam said, which probably Mr. Rich should spend some time with the town board and see what they could do to augment some of our municipal signage. That's not the planning board that does municipal signage. So they could work together if, I don't know, that's a different gang to see about better signage that will lead you so you don't walk on people's lawns, that will, I don't know, maybe the town can paint a big yellow strip along there. I'm just throwing things out, but so to keep people to go to
I
municipal.
like that. The yellow brick road. To the,
Exactly. I mean, you see it other
Yeah.
places. This is, you walk along this place and that, I mean, there's a lot of stuff creatively that the town could do with Mr. Rich to get people to go to the municipal parking properly. That doesn't go onto the road, which is county property. Then the other thing that I brought up is a solution which to some of the potential loading difficulties and also fire access is to have one of these parking spaces become a fire, EMS, and loading, unloading parking space.
Does that mean it's only available for those uses?
That would be the idea. Now, if somebody else goes and parks in it illegally, I don't think we're gonna have a parking person there, but that would be the idea. So when the loading, if a delivery person comes and he's not there before 7 o'clock in the morning and everybody's going in and out of the store, they have some place to go versus parking in the road. That is an idea that I could throw out to the rest of, and basically at this juncture, we've hashed this out so much, I'll put it, so Patrick, those are some ideas that I could think of where we're responding to what the fire department, one of the fire department worries, and what Zorian brought up is not our purview, that's building code. So they will have to get a renovation building permit, and then all that stuff will have to be taken care of through building code and fire code. So some of their worries bled into that, but they take care of that separate from us. So I guess it's a three-pronged answer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm in charge in Prague 1.
What does?
I also want to comment about that fire department complaint. I'm not quite understand. They're not gonna park on the street every day if it's emergency, so they park on the street. They park on the street when you drive it somewhere when it's an emergency. So I don't see it as a big issue.
I agree with you completely, Zorian, but I don't think my comment.
You're not allowed to talk anymore.
I'm sorry.
Board discussion now. You only speak when spoken to. Yep. Find your dog and
the Rich saying he takes care of the deliveries, so he's not concerned about it.
Okay,
So
Zorian, I'm going to tell you this. Okay, I agree with you that maybe
Okay.
the fire department is being a bit overreactive personally on where you park or not, but do not say Henry Rich takes care of this. We are giving this to the land, okay? Henry Rich is not the person who gets this. If Henry Rich says he's going to do everything, Henry Rich can do it, but Henry Rich can leave, and we have made a land use that someone else then can then go use poorly, okay? So you have to stop saying this all the time. We give the permit to
No,
the land.
I was talking about loading and unloading for deliveries. But all right, so you're saying we need to formally allocate spot for loading and unloading.
I'm not
of the
saying
goods.
I'm not saying we have to at all. I am throwing things. I'm throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing if it sticks to try and find creative solutions to what issues that we thought we had largely resolved, but now we have extra safety concerns that came in.
As to what you suggested and let the board vote on it, because
That's what I'm saying.
I actually agree with the parking as is. I highly respect the fire department, and I think to take another spot away from the property is not the right thing to do. But why don't we just put it to a vote? We're not make a
I
motion.
totally agree. Rick, you just voted.
Well, I vote to leave it exactly the way it is.
Dorian, what's your vote?
Leave it as it is the way it is.
Anne Marie?
I just, like I said, I would like to know more about the fire department's reasoning behind it. I know they carry the water in the truck and that's needed for a fire. I would love to know if this was an issue before the grocery store was, the applicant decided to put the grocery store in. Like, was this something the people prior had to deal with? Because certainly they were coming in and out of the studio. But I would have to say, yes, and if there's nothing legally to stop them from leaving it the way it is, there's nothing we can do. So,
Mark?
I agree. I think that we need to leave the safety to the people who are in charge of safety, and we need to stress and understand what the fire department is saying and keep it in context. But I agree, we should keep it as it is, in my opinion, at this time.
All right, that's that wins. We don't need to vote anymore. So we keep it as it is. Anything else that besides some small little site plan, whatever addition?
I think the signage thing, we should ask, for the different wording on the signage, Warren, you kind of outline that. I didn't get to vote, but maybe a compromise position would be, we had discussion about this section between the existing house and the proposed grocery store. I wonder if we could solve with some signage there too, just say like no parking except for emergency vehicles or loading, like not make it a loading area, but just like use some additional signage to be like, you can't park here unless you live in this house, or if you're like an emergency vehicle or something like that. That would give.
We could add that, definitely. They can't load there because DPW doesn't want them backing out. So you can't
right, because of no loading because of the backing out. That's right.
Okay. So DPW said no loading there unless you put a hammerhead turn at the end, so they can turn around and drive back out again.
And I remember the applicant mentioning on our last meeting that potentially if deliveries were made during the day, they would be parking in the municipal lot and carrying them over.
And trucking,
as his situation is in the city, they park 3 blocks away and cart the stuff over. I don't think that'll be an issue.
Yeah, so I guess I feel like maybe just a little bit more signage when we get to a decision, just about like municipal lot, encouraging the applicant to reach out to the town about some better wayfaring signs on the town's end. Maybe like emergency access only sign on between the house and the grocery store. And then maybe some no loading between the hours of X and X as part of this site plan approval. I feel like that would address some of the concerns from the fire department without asking the applicant to make any physical changes to the site plan.
So why don't you throw some of those my way and I'll think of some and I could, the board, we don't have to, we can look at it now. We can put that in as, I'll think of some, you think of some as a condition of approval.
Sounds good to me.
Can I just chime in on the wayfaring signs? I think that's a great idea. And the applicant can certainly approach the town board. But as people look to develop within that, you know, that Main Street area, the planning board might want to send a letter to the town board if you're so inclined, saying that, you know, we
Yeah, that's a
need
good idea.
better direction.
I like
With
that
all,
idea.
with all our free time, that is
I like that.
it's a very good idea.
Hell, I'll draft it up.
You
Right
know,
after we do the road
we're
maintenance
allowed to
agreement
talk.
tomorrow.
yeah, the bottom line is everybody has to make compromises if this is to work, you know, and that's
Yeah.
it. So, I mean, obviously everybody wants us to be successful. And I do think we're going to figure this out, you know. But,
I
you know, we
agree.
just have to work with the fire department. I mean, they're the guys that, you know, they're going to pull us out of the fires if we need them. But, you know, like we'll have to have a discussion, or someone's going to have to, I'm not, you know, sure if it's our board or the town board, but definitely make some compromises and make this work and move ahead and, you know,
Well,
get this
you know,
project
if we have
going.
any more discussions, this just drags it out. I want to write
Yeah.
something. I'm going to write up a decision, I think.
Yeah,
Right,
let's do it.
because, yeah, let's not forget, he needs to be open by Memorial Day if this is going to be a viable business. That's
So I want
the
to write up
bottom
a
line.
decision. I want to add in some of our signage issues. I mean, he's going to, because he still has, if he wants to be open by Memorial Day, we do this, but he still has to get building approval, and he still has to I mean, I don't know how long the Department of Health takes. So we're only one step in this continuum. So why don't, if anybody has any super signage ideas, I like your idea, Mary Lou, obviously, of sending a letter saying, hey, guys, we really would like the town to step up on some wayfaring signs, because you're right. If we get more development, we're going to just be needing it more and more and more.
And seeing as you like that idea, I have another idea. But this
I
one's
like this one.
for Heather and Henry.
One
Maybe-
idea per meeting.
Hey, look, this is something for them to do this time.
Good.
In the regs.
Maybe you want to reach out to the fire department and talk to them about helping them out by, you know, providing them with signs to put up that say tow away zone or something in those spots.
We'd be happy to do that.
That's a great idea.
Hey,
Exactly.
Oh my God, I'm 2 for 2.
All right. I think we're.
Thank you, Henry.
Exactly. That'd be great, because we don't really have any purview there also on our little bit
Right.
here. All right, guys. So this is closed for now. I will work on a decision and we'll see you guys next time. Let's move on to the next one.
And a break.
Let's have a 10-minute break.
Right.
Yes. Thank you.
10-minute break, and then we move on to the next item.
All right.
Hey, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes, Patrick, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
It's working.
Yeah, finally. Just
Oh my God, Patrick, hi.
it just
He
took
lives, he breathes.
three computers and a phone. Finally got there.
Hi, it's Liz Axelson.
Hi, Liz.
How you guys doing?
Round two. I already did a wardrobe change.
Yeah, I wore a real nice suit tonight. Just for the record, I could just be lying and sitting here in my pajamas, but I'm at the office, so.
Oh,
So
God,
you guys, you're a marathon planning board.
Yeah, I know.
Really
How far away
amazing.
do you live from the office?
I'm over in Riften, and the office is in Poughkeepsie, so there's no reason for me to go home
Yeah,
and
exactly.
come back. I have my 3 screens here. I'm a happy camper.
All right, guys, is everybody back in black?
We're back live.
We are live. Monday night. All right, next on the docket is Planning Board 2020-06 with Olga Byrne and minor subdivision. You guys, the public hearing is still open. It's a continued application. You guys remember we put this forth to CPL because there's quite a lot of issues and constraints on this piece of land. And we have a very nice in-depth response from CPL that will give the applicant and applicant's representative some work to do. So it starts with, and let me see, we have how long?
There's many pages.
I know. There's lots and lots and lots of pages, and there's lots and lots of work because.
To which we haven't prepared a response yet.
Right.
If
So
that
what
helps your response at all.
Right. So what I am thinking, I mean, the gist of it is that the parcel, which you already know somewhat, the parcels as cut up, the parcels as they exist, are suboptimal for all these reasons, and we need all of the responses to CPL's inquiries here. So we could.
Right. So I'd rather not do a half-ass response here and just
That's what
provide.
I'm saying, is maybe we should just say, you guys work on getting all the response together, and we'll see you when you come back with the responses.
Hi, Patrick, by the way. Or
He's
Patrick
gone again.
Light.
He's like,
Yeah.
He's back. So do you want to just do that, Heather? Is because
That would be great. I think, given last month's and this month's, let's just have a full, robust discussion next month about everything and all of the things.
Exactly.
And move on to the next of many
applicants
on the
But you do have a public hearing scheduled on this tonight.
That is true. That is true. We can't avoid that. Thank you, Mary Lou.
I was getting there, Mary Lou.
Thank God for the lawyers. Woo!
So there's not much more to add to anything. Is there anybody on this evening that would like to speak at this point about this application? We will leave the public hearing open again. So when we garner more information, maybe this will be more for the public to speak about, but there's a lot of homework to be done. Do we have anybody on this evening that would like to speak about this application? Add some information to the process?
I don't see anyone. Mr. Grasso, do you see anyone?
Yeah, I don't,
I see a Michael Baum. I don't know if he is here for this topic.
All right.
he's an
He's on
applicant.
For another
No,
one.
he's an
No, he's an
Yeah.
applicant.
He's
applicant.
an applicant for
He'll have
Streamside.
lots to say, I'm sure.
Okay, then we are all set. There's nobody else on the call who is not designated to something else.
I'm
All
just
right,
gonna
I'm
let
gonna make
Mr.
a
Grasso
motion
handle it.
the public hearing open till the next regularly scheduled meeting in April, so that when we have a lot of answers and a lot of data and perhaps a changed around subdivision plan, the public will be able to speak about it. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against, abstain, all right. That moves us. What did I, can't remember my list.
To me.
Mr. Dawson.
Dawson.
Mr. Dawson and for Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Is Mr. Dawson here or Heather, are you?
I'm here.
Actually, Heather, you can't speak.
No, Dawson is his own show. I'm gonna eat some dinner. I'm gonna step away.
We also didn't get a letter for Medenbach and Eggers to be able to speak, so we need that. Where's my? So to refresh everybody, this is a minor subdivision, a 2-lot subdivision, lands on Cedar Drive, and is 23 acres. It was carving off a piece that is an existing mobile home on it to make that a separate acreage. This is a flag lot as it is, so there's a shared driveway and flag lot, so this is the end of the road for subdivision of this piece of land. We had asked the last time to add topo, which as you can see has nicely been added.
Nice.
And we also asked for habitat core. You can see the habitat core along there. And we also asked to show, we have the wetlands, there's a little bit of wet area. The wetlands are really on the neighbors, but there's a little bit that goes on. So they added in rock ledge, they added in all of the topographical features, septic area. So this is an existing house, has existing septic. We don't have to worry about that issue. Anything else, Mr. Dawson, that that's the planning chair overview. Anything else you would like to add?
You also asked to show where the electrical box was and
Yes,
wire.
you're totally right. And we see that along.
That's been added, and you can see it. You can see it's virtually flat where she habitats.
Right.
It's Richie's daughter. And, they're all everybody's kind of related there one way or another. But I believe that's it. It's kind of self-explanatory.
It's pretty straightforward and simple. You already started the whole shared driveway road maintenance agreement. Mary Lou had some issues with that. I'll let you guys handle that together.
Okay.
I mean, basically all I need to do is I need to make it a condition that we have this.
You guys have it. I turned one in.
There was
Yeah,
something.
we need some changes to it.
What?
Nothing major, but we need some changes. So Jack, you and I can talk tomorrow.
Okay.
They're not, nothing huge.
You call me call you.
You call me, because I'll forget. Because I have a long list of people to call and I'll miss you.
Okay,
And then
I think
you'll
your
be sad.
I think your number's still on my phone.
I bet it is.
If not, I know how to find you.
You'll find me.
Do any of the board members, let's do a quick round robin. Sam, you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Mark?
Just confirming that the second lot proposed, that's 21.2 remaining acres, is not planning to be subdivided again, as this is a flag lot already. Is that confirmed?
No, we do not want it to. Yeah, we have no plans on that. I'd actually like to combine it to my 30 acres, but I don't have an extra
a couple 100,000 to throw out there for that. So
Understood.
it's just kind of sitting there. Actually, the daughter's thinking that she may want to put a house back there and then get rid of the mobile she's in. So that's up for grabs too. So
Yeah, okay.
but otherwise, it's remaining the same.
Dorian?
Yeah, it's unclear for me, maybe wrong expectation, but it's subdivision on 2 lots. Why second lot is not clearly identified by solid line the same way as lot 2, lot 1?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Lot 1's not identified?
No, lot 1 is identified, but lot 2 doesn't have any borders.
Maren, he
Because
wants to see
there was
the
one big
overall
lot.
footprint.
Yeah. It does have the everything on there, Zorian. It's just a later line. But what we could ask, maybe if I reduce it.
I could just, yeah,
Because we have a one big lot, it divided in
index
2,
lot,
so where's
yeah.
the second lot?
The indent, the insert has the whole big lot on it there where it says site in the corner.
Okay.
Yes.
It's because it's really big. You can't, it's a little bit like the shoemaker thing. It's long and big. You
I see. I see.
You can't get it on the map.
Okay, I got it.
So they do show it in the insert.
Spoon maker.
Yeah, I actually have a.
Spoonmaker. It's like school. SCH is good.
Spoon.
Hey, Patrick Williams is married.
Just
to a
forget the
shoemaker.
H. Just forget
think
the H.
shoemaker. As
Like
in
Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah, there you go. Schoolhouse Rock.
Patrick, do you have any comments?
No, not really. It looks pretty good. I mean, a little delineation as to the other lot would be nice, but it's fairly clear.
So Heather, you can do maybe some little bit darker lines around the edge that we do see of lot 2.
But not reduce the scale so you can see the whole
No,
lot.
don't reduce the scale because otherwise you'd need a magnifying glass, yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Sure.
Anne Marie,
Looks good to me.
what am I missing? Rick,
I'm good.
okay. I'm good as well. It pretty much comes down to adding flat details saying that this can't be subdivided any further due to the flag lot. I did have one question, John. Can you remind me, was this subdivided, was this one big lot that got subdivided before? And
Yes.
Bartoloni and Knight got the stuff in front?
Yeah, yes. It was one big, and the 2 in the front, because they had road frontage, we didn't have to go for subdivision. And the
Got it.
plan was always to do what's being done now, because the grandparents lived back here till they passed. And so it was just like left alone until that happened.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. All right, then I think I can make a motion to set this for public hearing.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstain? All right, so we will see you. You will work with Mary Lou for the driveway agreement,
Yes.
John, and we will see you next time and hopefully have a decision then. Probably won't have a lot of public comment.
Yes.
All right,
All right. Good night.
good night.
Hi, Jen.
Thanks, Jack.
At that.
All right, next on the list also is another enormous amount of work for Medenbach and Eggers.
Am I still muted?
No,
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. So this, the Cusack subdivision, to remind everybody, this came through a couple iterations and we had asked the applicant, and it's been going on for a while because the applicant has changed their mind to some degree. And we asked, would you like to do the subdivision somewhere on other lands versus these lands, and back and forth. So there's a lot of constraints on the land. as we are all familiar with. So we have retained CPL once again, and they have quite a few comments. This might be the same goat rodeo, Heather, that you need to go through and really address a lot of this. A lot of it has to do with driveway access comments and sightline distances. That's going very quickly. There are issues with grading and subdivision and the makeup of the subdivision lots that need to be addressed also. There's quite a few things to address there. They're grading stormwater concerns, and there are quite a bunch of amendments and changes to their seeker as they presented it to us that the applicant needs to make. So do you want to do the same thing here and go do homework at your shop, Heather?
Barry is actually going to address this one.
Yeah. So, am I unmuted here? Can you hear me?
Barry.
You are
We can
unmuted,
hear
but
you.
I will tell you, Barry, you're going to have to address all of these concerns. So if you're going to say
I will. Well, let me kind of summarize them, because I think they all relate around the driveways, and I could tell you that we did design these driveways.
Barry, they
Yeah.
don't relate all around the driveways, and what the planning board would like is written response to all of these issues from the planning board.
Well, we can. It's just, Marion, let me just back up a little bit too, because you started the conversation by saying we kept changing things. We did not change anything on this development. You
We did
suggested
remove
to
one
the
lot.
applicant to
You
sell it
took
off as one
you
whole
took one
piece.
lot away, Barry, you took one lot away, so that
Yes,
delayed.
that's all we did is from
Then
at the
you-
very first
and
meeting.
when- We have it in the minutes, Barry, that we mentioned, it was Anne Marie who mentioned, hey, maybe you could do a natural subdivision and just give it to the real estate people to the one whole side. And Ms. Cusack said, oh, that
Right.
could be interesting. Hold on, let's reanalyze that. So you didn't change it, but you pulled the application and we ceased to discuss it at that moment. So that was another issue, and that is what I'm speaking about. Those are two issues that delayed this process.
Well, we have slightly different versions of what happened there. But besides that, we submitted in January and we waited 5 weeks to get a letter from your consultant, which I felt was a lot of time to wait for a review letter. I don't know why it took that long, but I think we can discuss some of these items tonight. I would like to discuss them. Because, this letter is kind of like gearing towards, oh, you're going to be making major changes. And we did not make major changes since we first conceived and developed this project. And we,
You know what? I am going to let the consultant speak, Barry. And we are not gearing this to you major changes. We have determined that this is a difficult application. We as a planning board do not have the skill set to analyze this. We have given this to a skilled planner, and they have come back with these comments. So if you would like to stay until 4 in the morning and go through each one of these comments, because we unfortunately do not have the skill set to address this as lay people. This is why we have a planning consultant.
All right, so then you don't have any problem. I can call the consultant tomorrow and I can go over these items with them.
Yes, you always can work with the consultant, but they will most likely want a written response.
Well, yeah, we could do that, but I'd like to discuss some of these issues.
You are
because,
more than welcome to discuss with the planners.
I'm concerned too. I mean, I haven't heard any of the other board members talk about this project, whether they have the same opinions you do about it.
Mr. Grasso, would you like to speak about this project? Sorry to grab you first. I just saw your face on there.
Sorry, yeah, you throw me at the wolves. I'm okay with that, Mary. So I think that based on just my analysis of driving by the property and seeing the analysis that CPL came back, I think that the driveways are of concern. I know that there was some talk about some ambulance concerns and getting in and out, and some slope issues that were exceeding some normal numbers. I think that 2 of the properties seem to be, potentially 3 of the properties seem to be in really good shape. I think that those seem to be a lot better than the others, but the three in question, Mr. Medenbach, I think it's definitely requires a response and maybe even a potential to keep one lot bigger than the other. So maybe you could get 4 lots or 5 lots, but I think based on what is being presented that we have some issues here. So that's just my opinion.
So Rick, do you have any comments?
Yeah, actually I do. I probably have about 4 comments, so let me rattle through them real quick. I read the CPL letter. I understand most everything that was in here. I have some questions about it, but I'll just defer to what you asked is, let's get a response to what CPL has. Certainly the applicant can talk to CPL. Nobody's stopping them. So there may be some misinterpretation on the part of CPL, and Barry and CPL can work that out. So as far as how many lots you wind up with, I'm not even at that point yet until all these other issues are resolved, and I think they're resolvable. I do have a question about where we are with the conservation easement. I don't know if Barry wants to address that tonight or not. We could do that some other time. And the endangered species report that I got from Michael Nowicki, I'm just wondering why nothing was done around plants. It's all plants and reptiles and amphibians. It's simply bats, as I recall reading it. I read it a couple of days ago. Has nothing, it doesn't go anything beyond the bat population. Maybe I missed a comment about all the other items I mentioned. And Chair, you might want to consider, this application has been in front of us for quite some time for a whole host of reasons, and it is complicated. You may want to consider that we do have the working meeting at the end of this month and dedicated to this project in the hopes that the applicant's consultant and CPL can talk. We can get a letter from the applicant's consultant, and we can use a meeting of the 20, whenever it was, 20, whatever. We can just spend that meeting to go over this project, as opposed to continually try to shoehorn this in with the other 10 things that we have to do on an evening. But that's just a thought, and that's all I have right now.
We would love to do that.
Patrick, do you have any comments?
Just that I'd like to see the issues resolved, I suppose, that CPL brought to light. My basic opinion is that it's not out of character with the rest of the housing and properties that are along that line, but there is a number of issues that definitely need to be clarified.
Thank you. Zorian, any comment?
I read the comment, and it honestly, as a board member, in considering another application, it's overwhelming to make any decision. And I think, yes, they have to be solving as consultants. And I agree with Rick, maybe allocate one relatively short on a meeting, but just for that application, because it's really dragging our feet, and considering the applicant, so much time spent already on that. So it needs to be resolved the sooner the better.
Anne Marie?
Well, the goal of the applicant is to be able to sell her land and have it usable. I think, and again, I don't have the background that CPL does, but to increase the size of the lots to have larger but fewer lots, will that work? Is that something that the applicant is willing to do? And could it work? And if it could work, then I think it's something that she should think about.
And Sam?
Yeah, I think my comments are pretty similar to Patrick's. I think the main thing that I got from the CPL was about the driveway. I found the logic took me a little bit to follow, but I think the main takeaway was that we need to be convinced that it's possible to have driveways that have no more than a 10% grade at any one point. And it's not at all clear to me from just looking at the slope map that will be the case. So I think the main thing that CPL was asking for is documentation of the feasibility and then also the grading involved to create driveways that have no greater than a 10% slope. And then, once that comes out, that's likely to result in modifications to other parts of the application. So I agree with what Patrick said about it sort of being in keeping with some of the other housing in the area. I'm personally sort of comfortable with architecture being able to handle some of the slopes on the actual building sites, but it does seem that the driveway access is just a challenge, and I'm looking forward to seeing documentation of that.
So Barry, now you've heard from everybody.
Wait, not me. I know
Oh
I'm
my
the
God,
board member.
you're gonna try to be 3 for 3?
I know. Can you imagine such a thing? First of all, I don't know if Bill Collier is on. He's Mrs. Kuzak's attorney. I spoke with him a little bit this afternoon, and he said he was going to try and be on tonight. I see some numbers I don't recognize. Bill, are you here? Okay, I had a feeling he wasn't.
He texted me, he had trouble getting on the website, and I kept sending him the link, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Well, seeing as we're going to carry this on till either workshop or the meeting after anyway, Rick, you had mentioned the conservation easement. Bill had called me and we spoke very, very briefly this afternoon. He was proposing an idea of, rather than having like some land trust or something come in and take care of this, the town doesn't want to be in charge of it, that maybe we do this by restrictions on the deed and in the subdivision and in the decision. I myself am open to that. I think it may fit well with this, but I'm going to ask Barry, maybe you could talk to Bill and ask him if he could write us a letter with his suggestions, and that way we can all review that before the next meeting.
Yeah, I'm speaking to him. He sent me over some restrictions that the applicant would like to impose on that. And we just forwarded that to the planning board, what those restrictions are. So I don't know if it got distributed to everybody, but maybe you could just look at them. I forget the number on the list. I have it here somewhere.
So the restrictions are in the packet, everybody. The restrictions really do not constitute what Mary Lou has brought up, a true deed restriction or a conservation easement that we had also spoke that we would say would be the other option. So
yeah, I'll talk to Bill. I'll give Bill a call and I will ask him to give us a little bit more information about his proposal with regard to those areas in the back of the lots.
Yeah, the restrictions I forwarded was to really just to show everybody what is not going to be allowed to happen in that sensitive area. That, there's going to be no construction at all, no building.
Yeah, he mentioned things like
no
no
land
hunting,
disturbance.
no.
Yeah, just, so just to give you an idea of, the type of restrictions that we would apply to it. So if there was any discussion among the board, we could get that feedback. But on all for having a workshop meeting, if we could schedule that, I'd love to do that because it is late. I know you guys had a long agenda tonight, and we'd like to sit down, at a meeting where we can spend more time on this. And in advance of that, I would like to respond and maybe talk to your consultant so that I can give him all the information that we developed on laying out these driveways and grades.
The door is
may I make another comment? I know I'm a little bit out of order, but since I was the one that suggested the workshop, if we're going to do a workshop, Barry, you got to get responses to CPL, written responses that we can review ahead of time. Otherwise, we're just going to spin our wheels again and be there forever, going back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. Get us something.
Right.
And Chair, it's up to you whether you want to repropose the workshop. That's your call.
And
Can I chime in here? Just in terms of process, this is Liz Axelson, CPL. Is this an okay time for me to do that, Maren?
Fantastic. Yep.
Okay. So first of all, we encourage offline consultation. Typically the purpose of that would be to have our office and the applicant's folks with a couple members of the planning board involved. That's my recommendation. To go back and forth and provide clarification on our comments. Ultimately, and that could be accomplished in offline consultation and also in a workshop. Just want to note that a number of our comments are requesting more information.
Yep.
So we can do the clarification, but we still, need certain amounts of information to be able to move forward. And I just want to know if that's the board's typical approach with offline consultation, because we don't want to lose the stream of the very hard work that the planning board's done if it's just two consultants speaking with each other. So that's one of my recommendations.
And Chair, at that same point, I think that to agree with Rick real quick is if we are going to do a workshop, which I am all in favor of, we need to make sure that all those items and responses are back and we have time to review them, because we will, like Rick said, just spin our wheels. If we get this a day before and it's not something that it doesn't answer all the questions, we will just be wasting our time and everybody else's.
I agree. And I also would say it's not just the driveways. That might be the beginning that we're staring at. There's a complete rework in the EAF. There's grading. There's extensive information that has also been asked that should be added to it. If Medenbach and Eggers believes they can get this done in 2 weeks and get all of that information. I mean, I can stop looking at driveway access, so we stop thinking at it, but there's a tree survey should be done to identify trees of 8 inches diameter breast height for areas of the lots with a limited disturbance, including all proposed improvements. I just looked at that. Label the stream. There's a lot of
So let me, can we talk about that item right there? I mean, is this board ever
Barry,
asked
we
for
cannot
that?
talk. Barry, we're not debating. We are not debating items. We are not debating items. You do this all the time.
Well, you keep
board
cutting us
has
off all the time. You don't let the applicant speak.
You don't speak, you fight.
I am questioning the procedure here, and I'm questioning the need to go out and survey every tree. Now, most of these lots don't have any trees coming down at all, but 2 of them do. And that's a big expense to go out and locate all these trees when we know they have to come down. And how important is that for the planning board to know every single tree that's going to come down, as opposed to just showing them the area where the trees would need to come down? Which is
maybe one way of handling this would be, if Barry were to come back, providing information on a number of the comments with a response letter and revised plans, and then if Barry has an issue with a certain one, to provide his reasoning. So I guess when the board is looking for responses, I assume that they mean a response to the comments and a response with information on the plans.
Exactly. And so we're not going to go through the line item by line item, Barry, and do it. You can go through and say, here is why we don't need to do a tree survey, because here's how much land we're going to take down. We're going to take down 3 acres of trees, all of them. And that could bring up another issue of grading, land disturbance, runoff, etc. But you need to do the work and go through this. And we're not going to go line item by line item right now and say, I want to do this or don't want to do this, or I don't like it or do like it. So I think you should, and I think Liz has a good point. If you want to talk, then we'll have a representative of the planning board or a couple on with you in the discussion, or you can have a first look in shop and have a first crack at this, because some will be easy, I think, and some will need more clarification, and some you will have to work with our consultant. And I think that's, anybody else on the board have any disagreement about that?
No.
I have no disagreement from the board about that approach, Barry, so I think that's the way we're going to go forward.
All right, we'll respond and try to get a meeting. Now, I don't have any contact numbers for CPL. Who should I speak to? Liz? Are you the one?
Okay.
Brianna will send you the. Brianna will send the contact, all the contact information tomorrow to your office.
All right, very
Brianna,
good.
Yeah, please feel free, and, Brianna, go ahead and provide my cell number.
It's also on the letters from CPL. I know your number's on there, so that's the contact information.
I didn't see the phone number.
It's on the side of the stationery, not the top
Now, you know
or
what, but
bottom.
that's our Newburgh office, and that's not where we work. So,
Exactly.
I could, you know what?
Your direct contact is
know if
what's
it's
needed.
here to provide,
Liz, I'll do
for
it. I'll
Brianna
do-
to forward
Brianna-
my
Brianna will
email.
I will
take
do
care
it
of it.
tomorrow. I will do it
Brianna will
tomorrow.
take care of it. It all should be, it's
Okay.
better if it all comes through Brianna's as the focal
Good.
point.
Excellent.
All right, very good.
All right, the next on the
And we'll be
item,
responding. All right, thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you
Are you
for
going to
that,
discuss
Mary.
whether to have the workshop meeting?
Oh, what's the date you would have that?
I'm not available that day.
Brianna's not available that day,
It's
and
my
I'm gonna be
birthday,
in
and I
Texas.
want to take some much needed time off, so I'm
And
not
I'm gonna
available
be in
that day.
Texas that day. Which
And
Barry will be
isn't that the
happy about, I'm
date?
sure. I really think this is gonna take enough time that we could wait until, we have a lot of things clearing out of the docket here.
Maren, it looks like Bill Collier just joined. I don't know if that helps us.
You know what, I think we've gotten to where we need to go at this juncture. We can, at the end, we can see about doing the workshop meeting. Let's try to get through some of the rest of these. We have some other stuff to do, and we can re-vote about the workshop meeting, and we can get that information out to Medenbach and Eggers. Okay? Let's move
Collier
on.
is the lawyer for Ms. Cusack, just to.
Yep, I know that, but we sort of determine where we need to go with this at this juncture. And Mary Lou is going to speak with him about some of the, which will
Well,
be.
while we're here, Bill, the things we talked about this afternoon, could you kind of give us, I understand there's one letter that came, I don't have it, but a little bit more detail about your proposal so we can look at that. You're on mute, Bill.
Unmute, Bill, unmute.
There you go.
Now?
Yep.
Okay.
Bill.
Suggested that there be deed restrictions put in the 6 deeds, which would be enforceable by the owners of the 6 lots, which would limit the uses for the area that would be restricted area or conservation area, whatever you want to call it. Essentially, be no building, no excavating, no cutting down trees other than ones that were dead or damaged or diseased. Typical restrictions like that, just to keep it basically forever wild.
All right, so if everybody hasn't seen I'll make sure it's in the folders. You can see these specific restrictions that were sent, but you get the basic idea of what they're looking at. Any questions from the board for Bill?
And I'm okay, unless somebody comes up with some great reason that we need a conservation easement and a land trust to oversee it. Land trusts tend not to be interested in these small areas.
Also, if they're not trying to get the benefit like that you get from a conservation easement, it's sort of, is it even relevant to us what deed restrictions they decide to put?
Yes, because if you don't put the deed restrictions, then the deed restrictions in some degree help from not doing anything in the land. If the deed restriction isn't there, you can go build a house. And
Right.
once the land's transferred, you can do whatever you want.
So you're saying like, to the extent that we, as the planning board, don't want them to build on the steeply sloped land, that's why we need the deed restriction. But it's
Right,
not
for the
because of,
protections to the back,
right.
those lots where we were looking at a conservation easement, we can kind of put things that would be in the conservation easement in deed restrictions, and that can be part of a decision.
So typically in a subdivided lot, a homeowner could place the home, pretty much anywhere they wanted to within setback restrictions. They could cut trees down pretty much anywhere as they want. So this would limit the activities that the homeowner could engage in once the lots were created. Basically be keeping that portion of the lot that was heavily sloped Forever Wild.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I'm fully supportive of that. My question was just like, they're not seeking consideration as a conservation subdivision. So
No.
that part of it isn't like, they're sort of voluntarily putting.
Yes.
Like, well, we need to be convinced for the subdivision approval that it's possible to do a subdivision that meets all of our design standards. This would be sort of a voluntary additional layer of protection from the applicant.
Yes.
That's
So
correct.
fully supportive.
And I would think the proper way to do it would be to have Barry would identify it on the map as to the restricted areas in each lot.
Yes.
Yes.
That would be, cast in concrete once the map was filed.
I think that's great.
On another matter, before we all sign off, I noticed in the letter there was a suggestion about walking the site with the planning board, and I can have all the driveways staked out. Do any of the board members have interest in going out and looking where the driveways are that we're laying out?
I would be happy to.
Yeah, I would too.
Absolutely, 100%.
I
Yeah,
think,
so-
Barry, also before you do that, there's some other issues that CPL brought up. So you should do all staking and all, so I'm just trying to save you some time here. So you just don't go and look, it's not just driveways. You don't just go and look at the driveways and then everybody has to go back out again and look at, oh, the house is gonna be on the steep slope here and you'd have to do this much grading.
We would show the house sites too, the driveways, house sites. I would stake them out, and I would just like to notify the planning board when that happens so they can go look at it on their own, or if they want to meet one of us out there, we could, show them, and that way there, it doesn't become, because I know I've done this with other planning boards and it becomes an issue. If you have the whole board there at once, that's considered a meeting,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, that
So-
sounds good. I mean, I would just
I
say
think we
that,
can manage to like all show up like one after the other or something
Exactly.
like that.
Or on multiple days, we're not far
Something,
away.
yep.
We
Get
don't
three
have
of
a-
you there at a time.
Right, we don't have a 90-member board. I think we can manage to keep quorum out with 7 people we can count.
Agreed.
I think that would be quite helpful, doing some staking.
in
So
in
I thought we
addition,
had actually like requested that
A
months
long
ago.
time ago, yeah.
also that would be in addition to the, the 10% grading requirement that
Well, of
CPL was
course.
outlining. Yeah.
All right, so there's some work to be done there. Let's try to get through some of the rest of these before it's already after 10 o'clock, before we decide on workshop, et cetera.
Party pooper.
I am a party pooper. All right, the next is Streamside Estates.
Thank you,
Night,
Bill.
everyone.
I almost forgot about them.
Yeah, good night, everyone.
I didn't.
Thanks, guys.
So, Streamside. Who's on Streamside? Is that you again, Heather?
That's us. It's
Yeah.
the Barry and Heather show.
I'm gonna sit on this one since I handled most of it, other than Heather. I know the whole history of this project.
So, once again, the applicant is proposing, it was a lot line adjustment to convey the well and septic to the existing, if I can put this. Here's the big picture of it. So the little cutout that is there, it has, so the well and septic that services the trailer park will be with the trailer park, because I believe Barry said previously they would like to sell it. We, as a planning board, if everybody remembers, did not like at all proposed lot 1, the 9.2 acres, because it is highly compromised and you are very close to wetlands, stream, etc. The applicant had said at that time, as represented by Barry, that maybe they would go back and see just about not doing that part and just do the lot line and leave the whole rest of the parcel as it is one big parcel. Now they've come back and essentially it is the same application that we had before. They must have decided not to do that and are trying to do this again. Once again, So if we want to have the applicant, and nothing is really changed from this, all the questions we had about, this is a major subdivision.
Where's the
Because this was a subdivision before. So you have a bunch of major subdivision issues, you have private road shared driveway issues, you have access to a lot with no frontage, FEMA, wetland, septic, etc. Since they've come back, it would be a lot easier if it was just a lot line and they didn't want to do the proposed lot one. Do you have any, please present, Madam Bockenegger.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just had to get an extension cord because my computer warned me that it was going to shut down. So I missed a little bit of that, but I did get plugged in. I have power, so hopefully I won't disappear. But
And I'm here, Mary, if you need.
so the thing is, I'm not sure if the applicants, he was going to sign in, but I don't know. If
I'm
he's there,
here,
Michael
Barry.
Baum.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, Michael's on. Okay. So, so Michael doesn't want to just give up this land. So here's the problem. When we create the parcel around the well and make it part of the mobile home park, we're physically, blocking off that 9 acres from the rest of the lot. So it wouldn't be very usable unless you accessed it through the mobile home park. So, we decided that there's plenty of room there for a building lot, even when you take out all of the constraints. And that's what we demonstrated in this map. We have a health department approved site. We have a well, we have access. We have plenty of land area that's not impacted by the floodplain or the stream or any of the slope issues.
Probably should get.
Yeah, Barry, the chairman suggested, the chairman suggested that the parcel was compromised. However, I think you had previously indicated we could probably get more than one building lot on that particular piece. And there seems to be a significant amount of usable land there.
Yeah, that's correct. We could probably make that 2 building lots if he so wanted to. There's certainly enough land above the floodplains not to do that.
2 building lots in the area where you're showing the 9.2 acres?
That's correct. But we're not asking for that. We're just asking for 1.
And what is the fate of the remainder of that lot?
That's just going to remain a vacant lot. And that lot had a preliminary approval for 5 lots at one time, and there was a road grade. You can almost see it in the map if you look at the contours.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, so that's actually a 10% grade that was put in for road access into that lot. So that's available as a single lot, or somebody wants it. I think Michael was planning on selling it off as a large tract of land.
Yes.
Sam, do you have any questions?
I guess my questions are still just about the access into this lot. I didn't actually dig back deep into the minutes from when we first discussed this, but I remember the biggest challenge just being access through the mobile home park and how that would shake out in the approval process. So I guess I don't have a specific question, but that's the place where I have the most concern with this.
Yeah, it was pointed
Barry,
out.
Barry, at this juncture, we would like to go around and entertain all of the comments of all of the board and not answer directly back and forth, so we aggregate them.
Yep.
Rick, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I have the same as Sam. Putting the house on that lot and having all the lines, all the setback lines, the 100-year flood limits, it's out of reach of a 100-year flood. So I can't really. I think last time we said we need all the lines to determine where the heck you're going to put a house, since it's a known floodplain and flooded area. But it looks good the way it's been drawn. But I have the same question Sam has about the access.
Zorian?
Not really. I'm just trying to understand what is the issue now. Or the driveway would be agreement to go through private driveway. So what else is the concern?
There's a degree of information. Well, we'll just let's go through everybody, Anne Marie.
No, I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Mark?
Would this require a portion of the road maintenance agreement from the trailer park to access this lot as well? And I see people shaking their heads. Yes, I agree. The only concern I have with that is, according to what Mr. Medenbach said, is that the end goal seems to be potentially selling that off and not utilizing that with the current owner. So I guess that would be a question for Mary Lou if there's any concerns with that road issue. But otherwise, I have the same concerns as Rick and Sam and the rest of the board about the floodplain.
I would also say, guys, since this is a major subdivision, what we have here right now, we don't have a lot of the answers to our major subdivision questions. So there is the shared driveway agreement, there is the right of way.
Right.
I know I would like to see what the board would, and we could go through subdivision design, we could go through, I'm not going to go through every article of 125 right now, but I would like to posit putting this to CPL so they can do it for us to properly analyze the floodplain, the stream setback. Do we need to do a wetlands delineation, the road stuff? Unless somebody in the board would like to take this on themselves and go through every one of these, I would like to see if we could escrow and have all the elements addressed by CPL, because there's quite a few major subdivision elements to be addressed here. And unless somebody's going to volunteer to go through them and address them.
Maren, I'd like to make a motion to that effect.
I'm going to second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstained. So Liz, are you still there?
I am here, and I didn't, I had other comments, but the board has covered a number of them. And I think one of the things I'd like to do is just make sure that, take a look at the mobile home park regs and make sure that whatever they're left with is covered. I also have concerns about the access, steep slopes. And then, also kind of a conceptual layout concern about the possibility for other subdivision. Now I'm hearing there is a plat somewhere. So, it's an information thing. And I'd like Greg to take a look at the access on this one also. And Greg and I put our heads together, and Greg, correct me if I'm wrong here, but just looking at doing a review, issuing it, discussing it, and at another board meeting and looking down the road at possibly another submittal, we were estimating $4,500 to just carry us through those steps. That was the concept.
So I would make a motion to escrow for $4,500 to CPL. Do I have a second?
You do.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstain. So we will put this to CPL to look through, see what they need additional in a submission, but they will use what they have right now as their documentation for the submission. And next meeting, we'll have a letter and we can go forward from there to see what other information needs to be provided and what other questions we have.
Yeah, and
Mark,
Maren, we usually want to be authorized. You make sure that you guys are covered before we start any review work.
Yes, before they start a review, the escrow money will have to be deposited given to Brianna and deposited with the town.
So,
No,
Barry, you said this had on that section a preliminary approval in the past?
Yes, for the
I
whole,
don't remember that. When was that? So perhaps Brianna could pull that out so we could, you
yeah,
know,
I
take a
can,
look for the background.
I can reproduce that. I don't know the years,
I'll dig it up,
maybe
Barry.
about 10 years ago. Yeah, it was right, like probably around 2005 or 7, somewhere around there.
That's more than 10 years, Barry.
Yeah,
We're-
or 13,
time's-
okay, fine.
Time's moving
Maybe
quickly.
longer. I had to
You
say more
realize
than
when you're
10
over
years.
50, it's plus or minus 5 years, right?
That's right, plus or minus 10 years.
But please be advised that subdivision will not be pursued. And I would have no problem with a no more subdivision of the 9.2 acre lot if that was necessary.
Okay, so that, you'd be
Thank you,
okay
Mike.
with
That's
that
great.
restriction?
Thank you
Great.
for providing that.
Thank you
Then-
very much.
Martin, I had two, can I just jump in with two
Oh.
quick things? One was just to get a sense from CPL of once they've received escrow and the relevant documentation from the applicant, what the timeline that we as the board would be able to expect in terms of when they would have a response letter.
I mean, I feel like if as soon as we know there's escrow, well, our general thing has been if there's a new submittal, we try to turn a memo around in a week or maybe a couple days, and you know, so a week to 10 days or 2 weeks.
So there's
you know?
that, so there's the
As soon
possibility
as we're
that
off,
there'd be a submittal, a review letter, which could get sent back to the applicant. And then they'd even potentially have the opportunity to respond to that ahead of our next regular meeting.
yeah, and my understanding is that the next submittal date would be Monday, March 29th, and as
Yep.
we did with this recent one, I guess we would try to have a review by April 5th, the next Monday. That would be our goal.
Okay.
So-
And then my second comment was just kind of for the board in general, which I found that having on the Byrne and the CUSAC, having these review letters from CPL, I found to be really much more efficient in terms of doing these reviews. And I just generally am supportive of this direction for the board because I think it hopefully will save us a lot of back and forth and make things go faster and also take some of the work off of our shoulders of going into this sort of high level of detail that none of us are trained in.
I agree with that, Sam. I concur.
You are a hard driving board. It's amazing.
All right,
Madam,
guys. The hard
If
drive.
I might,
You do a lot of work.
could I just ask you can you tell me why this is being determined a major subdivision? Is it because of the right of way to the landlocked parcel?
It is a major subdivision because that was the determination by
Code enforcement.
code enforcement, and we go by whatever code enforcement says, and I will,
And
here it
I
is.
could answer, that is the reason. You don't have road frontage for that lot. You don't have public road frontage, so.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So there is the determination from the code enforcement officer.
I mean, and of course, our review is, you know, we're going to look at what pertains to the proposed project. So,
I mean, given that there isn't much for us to resubmit at this point, is it possible that we could have this re-reviewed at the workshop meeting?
We are not sure.
That
what
hasn't
There's no
actually
workshop
been
meeting.
approved yet for
It
the,
has not even been approved, and don't even bring up the idea, Heather,
okay,
okay?
sorry, I'm done now.
We don't even know if we're having a workshop meeting. Let's get to the last one.
Hey, Maren, are we having a workshop meeting?
Hey,
It's unfair to like offer that at the beginning.
Sorry, that was the 10:30 laugh we all needed.
Exactly.
Oh
So
my
I did not get to the last one, I don't think, in my,
Oh, no, you have not.
no, just to do a summary.
But it's something you guys have approved in the past.
They've changed it.
Not significantly, but yes.
So
Sounds like,
this is major subdivision, conservation subdivision from Vinci Farms, which we did approve previously. It is not, as Heather is correct, not dramatically changed what they're going to do, but they are adding one extra lot. And not building a house on that at the time. So there is one extra lot in there. In general, I mean, and once again, this goes to the, who would like to go through all of the conservation subdivision? details right now? Or who would like to see if we set escrow and have CPL go through and make sure that everything is there? I mean, in the most general, I did not have very much time to go through. As Heather said, we really should review the previous subdivision, which this is not dramatically changed, but just to compare and contrast there. We don't have a site plan as of yet for this, so we
what do
don't.
you mean? What do you mean you don't have a site plan? We have a full map. We have a full,
there's a subdivision
beautiful
map, yeah.
application, narrative, full EAF, all the.
I see the narrative, I see the EAF.
There's no map in our folder.
There's no map in our folder.
I don't see the map either.
There
There's
should
no
be a
map.
map in your folder because there was one submitted. I can resubmit it to you directly, Maren, or to Brianna.
Just resubmit it to Brianna. Everything has to go through Brianna and she'll re-upload it. But yes, the narrative is there, and the narrative is, proposed 6-lot subdivision paired with our subdivision regulation. It does go through pretty much all of our subdivision regulation that is here. 6 conventional lots. The lot area is over, which 36,670 square feet with individual water and septic. That's there. Front yard setbacks can be altered by, all the setbacks can be altered by the planning board. So they have the setbacks in here, but we have impervious cover. We have open space. There's the percentage of open space. Once again, there's an awful lot of things to check off and analyze here. That would somebody on the board like to volunteer to spend their time doing that? Or would we like to make sure that everything is checked off in an initial review by our planning consultant, and then this could probably move through very, very quickly. We will, it is a conservation easement by choice. They will either put it with the town, or have a homeowners association, or have a land trust with it. So I would move to, I don't know if this is putting CPL on the spot a little bit here.
We live for this.
I would move to retain them to do a check analysis that they've covered everything for a conservation subdivision, and see where any holes are. And then we can work to fill in the holes and probably move this through quite quickly, as Sam said. So do I have a
Maren,
second?
I'd like to second that, Maren.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against, abstain. So Liz, that's a tough one. I'm getting you quickly, but do you have an idea of initial?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the tax parcel now. I don't know much about this site. It sounds like it was a prior proposal and it's a redo with some
right. So
visions.
Yeah.
But now it's a conservation subdivision. Before it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was a conservation subdivision.
It was.
technically,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's again,
Well,
it's just that they've changed around some
One
of
of
the
the
lot
lots.
structure.
So when they get
have a-
right, so, yeah.
So you have a,
But the point is, we'd be just looking at what is currently submitted, not, I mean, is this something where we need to look at the old one, or can we just look at what's submitted on its
no, you
face?
got to look at what's submitted because they changed it.
I don't know why that CPL has the narrative but not the plans, but I just resubmitted.
I don't
the
have any
plans
of
to
this,
Brianna.
They don't have any of it, and none of the planning board had the plans.
I don't know why that is because they all went as a package, but I just resubmitted the plans to Brianna.
your cover shows that there's
Yeah, the
5
cover shows that there
copies,
were 5 copies.
Yep.
but
And
we don't have them.
it's
And
only
Liz-
in a
Maybe
Google
they're in your
Drive.
back seat, Heather.
They are not. I swear to God.
Hey, guys, be that what it may, they're not there. And even if they were here, it would be the same discussion. So do you, can you?
I'd say we go with 4,500. Unless
All right, I
somebody
make
has
a
big-
motion to go with 4,500. Do I have a second?
You do?
Second,
All in favor? Aye.
hi.
Chair,
Again,
can we ask that they put the topo on the quote unquote site plan? We always have the,
yeah,
I
we
think
should
what
get
we
the
say
topo
is-
and the constrained lands up
That-
off the bat if possible before it gets on. And they should have that on and then, well, Liz,
The more
obviously,
the applicant gives to CPL in the initial submission, the faster it'll go. And definitely the topo, anything that they're seeing in the conservation subdivision requirements, they should submit so that we're not asking for stuff after they've had a review.
exactly.
Yeah, I think it would be great the more.
Why can't we
We
just
did
have
can be-
topo
Submit the
as
plans. I
the-
mean, just so you know, all these plans have been submitted. I don't know why they're not showing up in your package, but
That's okay. It's neither here nor
It's
there
the
at this
same
juncture.
difference, yeah.
It doesn't
And
make any
Liz-
difference. We'd be at the exact same place. And if they don't have topo on them, this gives you a chance to add topo. And if they don't have the habitat constraints off of the DEC mapper, it gives you a chance to put those on, and streams and water bodies, et cetera. And as Patrick just said, why don't we make it everybody has to have this stuff on it with the first submission? The only thing, I guess, for somebody, Patrick, you might say, oh, you have all this stuff, and they'd say, I didn't want to spend the money to do that, and they could just bail, not having spent money with a sketch plan, so to speak. But if they're going to go forward and really plan to go forward with something, they need to have this stuff on all the time.
well, Baron, I've been wanting to discuss this with you. I mean, there's things that are shown on the mappers, which are simply GIS shape files based on data from God knows where. And then we have a threatened and endangered species report that marks these things on the ground. So I'm confused. If we have a threatened and endangered report, why do we need to have things that are on a GIS report? If we
Because
have,
everything that we do is not a threatened and endangered species. And then also you can go back to Rick's comment that in your threatened and endangered species, there was nothing about plants. It was only about bats. There could be they really just go for a bat study, the person that you used.
well, no, it's threatened and endangered species, regardless if it's animals or it's plants. It's based on the federal level. So,
Right,
and
and
that's
there
what
was
we have
no-
jurisdiction over.
Okay, in general, there was no mention of that. What this does, Heather, for the board, is there's also the concept of fragmented forest and unfragmented forest. And there's also, if you go on the DE site, there's also things that they would like to keep intact. It isn't just about saving the bat. It is also about a holistic view of all of the environment is there. So by putting that on, it gives the board the ability to say, oh, guess what? These guys are putting, like this shoemaker is perfect. You have some of that there. It doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form, because they're putting the house in a place that isn't infringing on a lot of high quality environment, which in the state of New York, we have a push to try and keep our high quality environment as high quality environment. So by putting that on, it doesn't restrict necessarily, but it gives the planning board an idea what kind of land they're dealing with, because we cannot walk all of the land. And if it has these restrictions or doesn't have these restrictions. So no, it is not just about a threatened and endangered species report. That is another element on top of it. And if you look at our subdivision design, and if you go through all of our code, it doesn't say that, oh, we just have to not do anything because there's a threatened endangered species. There's lots of other habitat issues within our comprehensive plan, which is what the zoning code represents. And I can pull up the comprehensive. It's probably a discussion for offline that shows, we are supposed to be implementing through our zoning law, our comprehensive plan. And we are supposed to be
I agree with that. I just want to bring up the conversation of things that are on a GIS map versus things that are on the ground. Those are two different things.
That's right. And we're just having a GIS map as an overview. It's an overview. So, and
Okay, so as long as it doesn't need to be on a final map, that's my point there. The things that are final map should be what's located on the ground, not just something thrown on
well,
an
if you push
overlay.
that, then we're going to have a full habitat wetland study, you know, then you get into the whole, right, you heard that, stop. Then you get into the whole thing of like, okay, well, we don't like yours, we have somebody else to do another environmental study. So, I mean, it really is just an overview.
I think the point is that the idea is to pinpoint what are some resources on the site.
Exactly.
To be avoided, and where's the best place to plunk down some homes kind of closer together, so you fewer little tendrils of roads and driveways breaking up, you know, the biotic corridor.
She said it a heck of a lot better than I did. That's why she's a planner and I'm not.
So you are
so we're set on this also. We have $4,500 to go through the process, okay? The next things on the agenda have to do with the subdivision law change that Mike Baden sent to us at the last minute. And Mike, I don't know if Mike with Mary Lou, or they nicely said to us that they can go ahead with this without any comment from the planning board. And I said, it might be quite late when we get to this. But if we wrote a letter and said, could you please wait and give us a chance to look at this, because we have not had any time to look at it or really think about it or discuss it, that we could push it forward to the April, not the April meeting, to the May meeting. Or if the planning board would like to discuss this at this juncture, we could discuss these changes. Do I have any opinions?
Yeah, I have some opinions. If people want to be done, I think like I could issue comment as an individual, but I had time to look at it and have some thoughts, which I'd be happy to share.
And I do as well, Mayor. And I have time to do it now if the board so desires. If not, we can all submit our findings or our thoughts.
I'm good with going through it now and getting it over and done with.
I can start. So I had a few comments. My first comment is just looking through this quickly. It seemed like it was done very quickly. There were some just like technical errors, which for me were a red flag. Like there was missed citations in the draft law. It's citing, amending something incorrectly, which I think was just a mistake, but I thought for me it was indicative that it was maybe rapidly done. The second more substantive comment I had was just that I think this is trying to solve the problem that we've been seeing, where we have things that are essentially lot line adjustments and they're being handled as major subdivisions because of how the subdivision code is written, which is obviously what this is trying to address. I don't think this is the most elegant way of solving that problem. I think the core of the problem is that the major and minor subdivision distinction is based on internal roads, not based on number of lots. So I think just a much more elegant solution would be to have the town board determine how many lots is the major and how many lots is a minor. I think that would also solve a problem that, at least to my eyes, we're seeing with some of these minor subdivisions, which is that it seems like they're going out of their way to avoid internal roads in order to avoid the classification of a major subdivision. So I just think a much more elegant solution would be to say, if it's more than 4 lots or whatever, I'm just making up a number. If it's more than X number of lots, it's a major. If it's fewer than X lots, it's a minor. And if you're re-subdividing anything in such a way that it bumps it above that threshold, it's then considered a major subdivision in the review. I think that would be just a better way of solving the problem. I'm also concerned that this doesn't solve the problem. I'm not sure that deleting the word re-subdivision from 125-12 actually would totally clarify that. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to me that a re-subdivision is a type of subdivision. So when you say all other subdivisions are considered major subdivisions, I'm not sure that that's actually any clearer than what's currently there. So if they wanted, it could say except re-subdivisions would be better.
I agree 190% with everything you just said there. I also, Mark, you had some comments?
Yeah, so I think that I understand, I play devil's advocate in this situation. I understand what the town is trying to accomplish. I think this will also assist in our review process, which will be potentially smaller because it won't take as much time due to the 5-year downtime that they're trying to implement. I also see the devil's advocate side too, that this could affect some things that have been done previously, which would help some individuals proceed with potentially getting by with another minor subdivision on something that was already subdivided. And I think that I would speak for the board and think that we are against that. I think in our return letter, Maren, that we should stress the need to better define what this is. As Sam said, what is the key number that moves us forward? What is not the number? But I agree with Sam that it seems like we're trying to push this through. And I don't know necessarily the reason. I think that the current state that we have is good, but if it is to in fact create efficiencies in our process, I'm all for that. I just don't know if that is the end goal here.
I think what they, actually, I know what they tried to do is they tried to solve a problem that was a reoccurring one that we're all familiar with.
Yep.
And what they came up with this restriction, and this restriction is causing its own problems. I'm not entirely sure. I know that this, as I had to recuse myself from one of these things already, I know that this causes an issue as far as the applicants trying to move forward with what their plans are. The concept, the reason and the concept that we did this was a good one and a valid one. I don't know exactly how to make it so that the minor lot line adjustments that turn into major subdivisions, I think Sam's idea is a valid one. I think it needs to be incorporated with a couple of other issues. I think that's I think it's just a little bit simplistic as far as just simply numbers, because there are a number of reasons why we have the restrictions on the subdivisions. There's topographical, there's like a dozen different reasons why we have this set up the way it is. Trying to adjust for it, I think, as was said, this was done probably to just like fix a problem. So it was perhaps done quickly. I'm not sure how to revise it so that it would be a better way though. I would almost rather leave it the way it is, make it more restrictive and just be able to pass waivers on this than to open it up to just, you know, the Wild West and breaking up property.
I agree. I very much agree with you, Patrick, because I think this just opens up a host of new difficulties. And then I was also thinking about the Gillis. If you came well prepared, a lot line you come in one visit, right? So you come once, you do a lot line. The lot line, if that lot line had come with all of the waivers ready to go, saying, we think that this lot line, it's just really just a lot line. It isn't really a major subdivision. We know that it was a major subdivision before. So we could have done all the waivers there, and then the next time they would have had their lot line done, it would have been over and done in 2 meetings. That really isn't onerous for the applicant. It isn't a lot of work that lot line person would have had to have done besides, right, asking for specific waivers. And I think that gives a lot more purview, as Patrick said, to not open up the Wild West, because otherwise you end up, the reason they wrote this way originally, as Mike Baden told me, because you have serial minor subdivision people that try to get around the very good constraints of a major subdivision. So you have good major subdivisions. And if we do this, it's just going to make a bit of a mess of it, I think. And it does look quite hasty. I don't see what the rush is. We don't really have that big of a problem.
Yeah, we can provide, like Patrick said, we can provide relief through waivers. I mean, we can't waive the public comment, obviously, but yeah, we have a mechanism to provide relief. Also, I imagine, I don't know where the ZRC is on this, but we currently have a committee that's working on suggesting amendments to all of the zoning code, including the subdivision code. And it seems like this is something that might end up being covered in that committee. I'm not on that committee, but I imagine this will be discussed.
It would be a better place for it to have numerous heads talking about numerous solutions versus rushing in something that is not really a problem. Because as you just mentioned, Sam, if someone's doing a minor subdivision, you still need a public hearing and seeker. So no matter what, a minor or a major, you're still in it for 2 to 3 visits to the planning board. That's the law of the state of New York. That's not our law.
I think we've got a comment letter.
I think we got a comment letter.
I like a quick comment. I mean, what Sam has said, Mr. Grasso and Patrick have said, I agree with. It's too quick. You have a committee that's looking at all the zoning. Why isn't it there to look at this? I see what they're trying to do. There's a discrepancy between the definitions in the definition section and the text of the zoning code itself. But the solution was to keep the definitions the way it is and to change the text. Why wasn't there a consideration to do it the other way around? Because I think the effect of this should be to prevent the serial minor subdivisions when really they're major subdivisions.
Right.
Now, I see that they threw in 5 years as anything less than that, and it is major. Anything more than that, it reverts back to what the original nature of the subdivision was. So at least that's something. But it still seems like there's a little bit of gamesmanship here.
Right. And that sort of creates unnecessary complexity when, as Sam said, we can, a planning board could provide relief through the waiver process and have a better look at, is it gamesmanship or not gamesmanship? Not to mention right now we have Streamside as an example before us that had a subdivision long before that we're running into potentially a subdivision issue that they wouldn't.
Well, just a comment. I heard that about Streamside, but that was approved, it seems like, in the early 2000s before anybody cared about floodplains. There's no way you're going to build 5 homes in there with the floodplain now identified, unless somebody came up and said, well, I'll build the homes to survive a 100-year flood, which can be done. It's done along the coastline of the United States, eastern coastline of the United States. There's no basement. There's actually an area under there for the water to pass.
Yeah, you're right. Let's not get too much into that because we're working.
What I'm saying is, I think this is premature, and it doesn't create, without a lot more thought, the thoughtfulness that should go into something like this. And
Exactly.
that zoning committee is the vehicle for that.
I think we've got, anybody else? Anne Marie, I mean? She went to sleep.
She's shaking her head no.
She's shaking her head.
No,
no.
I'm shaking my head. My screen keeps freezing. No, no, I agree with what Rick is saying, that, it should be somebody else, not the planning board, so.
It seems that this is, I think we've got a consensus. Sam, you're like the master letter writer. Maybe you can work with me and the master remember too, and we can circulate this to everybody and then get individual, so we're not quoruming response, and get something out to them that we're pretty much in agreement that this appears rushed. This is not the venue for it, and that we largely don't need it. We need a more elegant and a bigger solution to our major versus minor subdivision. As Sam said, perhaps just making it by number of parcels, not by the road issue, and that it should be better vetted. Hey, that should go to a planning consultant also that might have seen some of these before, but so we'll put a response.
I'm listening.
Yeah. This looks like it makes it more complex and opens up a bit of a can of worms, and there's no need to rush this. This is not a big problem that we have. We happen to have a little bolus of these coming through, but it's not I mean, I've been on the planning board over 10 years, and we really have not had this problem, except for right now we just happen to have a little group of them. So I don't really see why this has to be rushed, because and it should be much better thought through if we're going to reanalyze our major and minor subdivision.
I'll draft a comment letter and send it to you, Maren, and then to
Send it to everybody.
Mary Lou, you're sitting there looking, Mary Lou, you're sitting there looking very pensive. Have you got any input, if I may ask?
I actually like Sam's idea. I really think major and minor subdivisions should be based on the number of lots. And if something is going to be made into, starts as a minor and then is going to be made into a number of lots that
and treat it as a major.
passes that threshold, then they go as a major. I will say, I think that the supervisor was putting this through because although we're saying, oh, it's not an emergency, when we were getting a few of these in a row, we were saying, oh, this law, it's got to be rewritten. So I think that's where it came from. I think it was for the planning board because that is what we were saying when we got the 3 in a row. But I myself like the subdivision regs to be written in just the way Sam said.
I agree.
I've always been like, this makes no sense to me that we would say a few of the things in the, that make it a major, the no frontage like we have with Streamside, or, oh gosh, they already subdivided once. They had 2 lots, now we have 3. Why would that make it major? Right? Just because it's a re-subdivision.
Well, we can definitely, I will include in the letter, I think that's a good point, and that you just brought up again, Mary Lou, and it was mentioned by others that this was, I think, a response to probably our board expressing
yes,
a little bit of frustration in the meetings that like, oh, this is annoying, I wish this could be different. And I will definitely be sure in the draft to include that we felt seen as a board with this, but that we would maybe like it to happen in a slightly different way.
Right. It wasn't really it was more an off-cuff comment, like, oh my, it was really on the lot line. It wasn't on the minor subdivisions we've been having. It's more on the lot line. Oh gosh, this is silly. But it wasn't as if we got a lot bigger fish to fry that we could change and fix and et cetera that cause us a lot more difficulty and agina and work than, okay, so we have to take 2 times to get Vernon Gillis a lot line.
Right.
It's silly. I mean, so I don't think this is the way to, okay, that's silly, but let's make a good law. And like Sam said, and you said, Mary Lou, perhaps change it to be by number of units and really fix the whole thing, either in the zoning review or give it to a planning consultant or whatever it might be. But this is like a Band-Aid that's going to fall off the moment you go in the water.
Right. But I just wanted you to know that it was a response to concerns that were voiced and frustrations that were voiced at planning board meetings.
How come I don't get a response to flag lots then?
Because you're the only one who's that upset about them.
Don't flag a flag.
Because they're, you know what? I'm gonna have everybody else start writing this stuff because nobody, when they have to try and figure out the shared driveway flag, is it a flag, is it not a flag? Are those 3 properties, 2 properties, or 7 properties? So I'm gonna outsource that, and then they'll have flag stress also when I start outsourcing to the other planning board members. Up, it's a flag lot. Sorry, Rick, you're taking it. Up, it's a
There's
flag
going to be
lot.
different kinds of flag lots. There's going to be like the flag lot where you just have the porch flagpole. And then there's going to be the flag lot where you have the school flagpole in front.
Really tall ones, like the one when you get off
Yeah.
at Kingston with the flag. the
Oh,
Union flag. Yeah.
that's what I tell people when they're coming to visit. I'm like, I live half a mile from the huge flag. When you see that, exit.
My attention is flagging, so I'm gonna motion to adjourn.
All right, guys, a motion to adjourn, a second.
I want to bring up one thing.
Yes. Oh, no, see, he's got it. We keep forgetting it.
What about workshop?
I am not for the workshop. I don't think there'll be enough data prepared, and I'm not going to be here, and Brianna can't be here.
Okay, that's that.
That's good enough for me.
Is that your thing, Mark?
No, that wasn't my thing. Sorry.
So when is gonna be on regular day?
Yes, on regular dates, Orion.
Okay.
No, my recommendation is that we attempt to start these meetings at 6 o'clock since our influx has become more in depth and we've been taking a good portion of time at night on a weekday. I move or would like to discuss the 6 o'clock start time.
What does everybody else think of that?
I don't like that idea.
I like the idea too.
I said I don't like the idea.
You don't like it?
Yeah, me neither. It's hard. It's hard some days to get like I get in 5 minutes.
I can't get onto them that early.
Okay.
And I'm just chime in. A lot of boards have a threshold where something even gets on the agenda and what for. But that's a whole different issue. So
that's true.
I'm okay with whatever the solution is. I just think that I think starting earlier is the solution because then we can end at 10 o'clock and we can still get the same amount of work done. I think that if we start at 7 o'clock, which I'm more than happy to do, I think that we need to end the time at a certain period. Maybe we meet in the middle at 6:30 and we compromise like we're in a real estate deal. I'm all for listening.
So Liz, do you have any board, or are there any boards, and Mary Lou also, because you have the boards, you just say, we cut off now, it's getting too late? I mean.
Yeah, there are definitely boards that do that. And there are some boards that do the marathon. But, you know, I've also been aware of boards deciding when does something get on the agenda and, you know, in other words, maybe a little bit of a gatekeeper, where if they don't have enough information or you've done a conceptual review and sent them away and you don't have enough information, then they don't get back on. And the other thing is that a lot of them wait for applications to meet a certain threshold before they'll even initiate the public hearing. And I think that probably might help you guys a little bit because
Well,
the continuation.
I think we do that, Liz, actually.
Oh, you do? Okay. I'm kind of a little bit new to the process.
We just have a whole lot of applications right now.
I know.
And that was my reason for the recommendation, just because we're so
It's kind of
backlogged.
funny because I get it. It's 11 o'clock. And we had a lull for years where we didn't have a lot of applications. We used to have our meetings end at 2 a.m. So.
Oh, God.
We did.
Yep.
We did. And that was 2 meetings a month.
Yeah, and I have a Town of Poughkeepsie starts at 5 and goes till 11. So, I mean, you're not alone. There's a heavy workload.
So I think well, maybe we could think of 6:30. Everybody mull it over. We don't have to decide. We can, as Mark said, meet in the middle on the real estate deal. Just mull it. And if everybody votes no, everybody votes no, except for Mark and Marin. And then the other thing is I am trying, and Brianna is trying, we're all trying to be more rigorous in saying, no, you are not complete. You cannot get on. So, and if you miss the deadline, you missed the deadline, and that deadline is like the plane took off and it's already in the air on the way to Europe.
Can
So
I also say something just real quick as a secretary here is that even if you email me something on the day of the cutoff, I do not count it until it is physically in my hand. So if you drop something off at 5 o'clock on the day of the cutoff, I'm not accepting.
Not on there.
Right. I mean, I think, Maren, that's even a better suggestion. Maybe the 7 o'clock is the right time, as Patrick said, due to timing. But maybe if people submit their stuff on time, giving us adequate time to review, we don't have to work till 11 o'clock. For instance, we went over a lot of things today that was redundant from past meetings just because, they didn't necessarily get the stuff in time, or we didn't have the stuff, or whatever the case may be. I am all open for the idea. I'm just trying to be more efficient as it's late. We all work, we all have a job. And I think that there's some opportunity for efficiency there. That's just my opinion. But I do agree with what Liz is saying. Maybe we have a threshold on what needs to be submitted, or we don't even look at it. And that could be the answer.
And
I think I'm sorry. I just think people, they take advantage of the fact because, I mean, we do have a lot of people coming from urban areas and things move quickly down there. And I think the perception is that, it's upstate, it's a small town. So, I mean, hold them to it. If it's not handed in time, then that's it. If the work's not done, you need to stop. Just go back and do the work. We shouldn't be doing the work for them. I mean, because it's not fair to the amount. Listen, people are moving up here in the hordes. There's going to be more work. There's going to be more things for this board to look over if they don't have the applications complete. I think this board has been very nice in saying, sure, just come back. But you know what? They're playing hardball. So I think we need to too. If it's not in, it's not in. If they don't give it to Brianna, then sorry, it doesn't go on the.
Can I just interrupt because I'm one of those people that has.
No, Heather, this is a board discussion now, okay?
I mean, that's just my opinion.
Can I add something as well? On agenda, to create the agenda where more complex application right at the beginning, and maybe don't have more than 2-3 complex applications. Is that possible?
If you put the complex applications first, that is incredibly unfair to the person who has a lot line. So no, I will not do that. The less complex.
Okay. Well. Okay.
That's or a natural subdivision or a very simple minor subdivision. And there has to be some degree of then, when the new person comes in, they don't get to go first. They get to suffer through everything else. So no, we're not going to change that around. I think.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Okay.
I have a suggestion that I think they do this in Wawarsing. It sure seems in my brain like they do. At the end of every applicant, when they say, okay, you have to get, these 7 things in, their cutoff for them is noon on the Tuesday 2 weeks before their meeting. And they say that, remember, it has to be in by noon, and they say the date. So maybe before we move on, when we say, okay, you have to get us these 7 things, we say, and they must be in by the close of business on this date.
We are doing that, Mary Lou.
Are we saying the date though?
The date, the
Sending
absolute
a
date.
letter, but we could, I think Mary Lou's saying, like,
I'm saying
say it out
at
loud
the meeting.
physically in the meeting. I support that. I mean, it's just like extra communication in a way that's probably a little annoying for us and for the applicant, but it's I think sometimes that type of redundant communication is.
Yeah, we can add in saying, and here's the date where it has to be in, because we're already sending a letter. I mean, now letters will go out to everybody this week to say, this is what we said that you need to provide us, and you need to provide it to us by this date and
Or
this.
else you're not on the agenda at the next meeting.
Or you're not on the
If we
agenda.
don't have it by the close of business on this date, you will not be on the agenda.
So that is being sent out to everybody as a letter after the meeting. So
Okay.
we started doing that.
Vocalize it as
doing
well.
that and we got perfect compliance. The one application that was on the agenda today that had that letter in the file, they submitted
good.
everything we asked for.
Yep.
And
we
I'm
could
just
bring
trying
it
to
up.
come up with an efficiency, that's all, Mayor.
Yeah, no, this is
Totally
good
support.
discussion. I think what we should do, we should add it in at the meeting too. Totally add it in and say, and you will be receiving you have to remember it, a letter, and you have to have this in by this time, or
I can do that as vice chair, Mara, I can be the taskmaster on that one.
you can put a big post-it next to your,
I'll just say it at the end of every one.
at the end of everyone, exactly.
I love it.
And I think on Brianna and my side, we are trying to be much better at saying, no, you do not. Now we send a letter out also. You need to have all of this stuff or you will not be put on the agenda. So we are keeping people off the agenda that are not, they're either late or they don't have a sufficient application. So hopefully that will string out some of this and it won't be as bad. And anyway, interest rates are going straight up and we're blowing up the economy. So we're going to lose all of these applications because they aren't going to be able to finance it. So that's my Marin addition.
Can I reintroduce my motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Introducing a
Now my
motion.
attention has
Second,
flagged.
third.
Third, fourth,
Bye.
and fifth. All right, thanks, guys.
Good night.
Dedication.
Good night.
Good night.